UAE IoT and AI Challenge Bootcamp. I'm really happy to see all the diversity of the backgrounds and also the diversity of the interests. And that's actually how diverse our topic today. We're going to talk today about the AI, innovation, entrepreneurship, and hackathon. Some would think that, oh, it's too much and too long, but we're going to see in a while how they're all interdependent and intersected to reach the highest goals. And I choose today to call it the renewed minds because actually being empowered with the AI at the moment, with the power of entrepreneurship and the rapid change of hackathons or the speed that the hackathons gives, it gives the renewed mind the power it needs to make the change. So I'll be starting first by introducing myself. I'm Hind Damoti. I'm an electrical engineer from Egypt. I did my master's in system engineering and engineering management in Germany. I'm actually a digital transformation engineer and specialist. I work in academia, startups, and also multinationals as Amazon. I'm an AI strategist and trainer in different countries and in different sectors as well. I worked with the German Research Institute of Artificial Intelligence on impactful AI events, as long as it might sounds the introduction, but I would like to tell you why is every part of the topic is related to actually things I've been doing. As I also agree that AI is for everyone and it's done now and it's now for the easiness of life and how to wrap it everything and to make it more effective and optimized. So I'm a huge supporter for AI for moms, and that's also what my initiative is about. Last but not least, I'm also a founder of Entrepreneurship Center here in Germany in academia, and a hackathon winner for a couple of times in a row in Global Entrepreneurship Week, German Research Institute of Artificial Intelligence, Human AI, and Microsoft. So with all of these connections, we will start first with what is AI. I'm sure a lot in the room already, they using AI and they know a lot about AI. But let me start from the basics to be all on the same page. And what's AI? It's simply the smart computers or the programs that learns from the humans to make decisions like human, and it actually mirror the human action and interaction to give us the support and help we need in our life using their digital power. Simple as that, we can see our mobile phones, our Netflix movies, all of those recommendations are coming from the artificial intelligence. But as a first screen of this artificial intelligence is the data. And please remember everything about data when it comes to AI. That's the keyword. That's the magical keyword. What type of data you have, what amount of data you have, how diverse the data you have, and at the end, how structured the data you have to start any empowered AI idea. And moving to a little bit advanced AI application or use case is the cars that we're talking about Tesla, for example, and the no driver cars, and we're seeing them in the streets. They are avoiding any accidents, most of the cases, but then that's also a very important use case. Going to more critical use case, we would talk about the medical area or the medical field, starting from the diagnosis for the patients using the help of AI, and even till the point that AI is helping with robotics inside the operation room to save lives. And that's how important AI is nowadays. So, as I said before, AI is very important in the regular life, normal life, and of course, in the business and the industrial life. So I will start with the AI for productivity. And we're talking about how actually AI can help us in scheduling, algorithm, help us organize the resources that we have, make our tasks efficiently by having the AI agents, AI supporters, AI assistants, and ensuring everything is getting done on time. It's not only this, also the multitasking the multitasking feature that AI gives to us, that we can do multiple of tasks, or even having a whole company with multiple of agents as an employees, and those are the future employees nowadays doing the important and the strategic work. And at the end, of course, we cannot ignore the power of AI in facilitating the communication and the easiness and the clear of communication between teams, between cultures, between languages. And that's a very important point when you especially live in a multicultural country, or even working and dealing with a multicultural team. So now we can go to some numbers that shows how AI is actually affecting the businesses. So, of course, we're talking about enhancing operation, customer experience, and data-driven decisions. And this is my favorite word, actually, when it comes always to AI. So let's talk that if we're talking business and money, so it's every dollar is added or invested using AI power or tools in a business, it returns with a return of investment to $3.5. Again, you know how technology is really fast and changing. So whatever actually we're talking now about numbers, it might be changing in the next minute. It might be changing in the next day. So that's actually what's linked in Microsoft for 2024 is stating that every $1 changes to $3.5 return of investment in each business. When it comes to productivity, each task that we're actually using AI tools to help us to get through it, it reduces its time by 11 minutes. Just imagine if you're using the AI tools efficiently in all of your tasks along the days, how much time can you actually save? And you really need this time for either advancement or for your mental peace. Again, so we're talking also about time. The return of investment of this timing after using AI for any institute would be at least for 14 months. But it's actually interesting that 66% of the business owners, they will not employ any new employees unless they know how to use the AI powers. Again, this definitely this number going to be changing and increasing. So that's why, especially for the high school students, for the graduates, and for the university students, keep the eye focused on using the AI powered tools in your field, so you'd be ready for the marketing and for the market and ahead. And again, at the end, 77% of the people, they are already using AI, from the simplest form of just using ChatGPT, till, of course, the advancement in a lot of fields. So I would like you all to please hold your phones and open the notes and write whatever you think about as an answer for each thing. So please, let's write first. We're gonna need this notes actually to show it to your colleagues afterwards. So Dubai is, and then the second thing is, what do you think about technology? Technology is, and the end, summer is. It's easy. So I think everyone is already done. So let's see my answers first. So I think Dubai is innovative, technology is enabling, and summer is very short. So what's actually that? Because that's my own perspective about each and everything. I would like you to show to each one beside you what actually you wrote on your notes about those three, and see how different you guys did. So each one, please look to the person beside you, show them what you wrote, and see what they did. Okay. I think the people who actually shared the things now with each other, they can clearly see that everyone wrote completely different things. And that's exactly the generative AI. Generative AI is not about the input that we give, it's about the data generated based on the data the model was trained on. So generative AI refers to the AI system that create new content, not only text, but also images, audio, code, based on the data they have been trained on. As example for this is the LLMs, or the large language models. And we can see here the ChatGPT as an example, Gemini, Perplexity, and so on. The GPTs, the chatbots, and as we said, it's not only text as ChatGPT, it can be also images like Leonardo, Midjourney, and so on, and even the code using GitHub Copilot and others as well. It's not only that, also you can generate music on your own and a lot of other things. Okay, now we come to the point why the synergy of all four elements together and what is the connection between all of them. So as we introduced the AI briefly in the beginning, because I know today you're going to talk more about AI, Industry 4.0. Also, someone was asking about the human part into the technology. I would also recommend you to look into Industry 5.0, which is actually more human-centric. So let's talk about the AI provides the tools and the technology. It's the catalyst for innovation. Whatever innovation I'm having, it can be empowered, fueled with AI tools and technology and the newest advanced technology that can enable the human abilities. So, and the innovation, it offers the novel ideas and the solutions. We can consider it's the lifeblood of entrepreneurship. You cannot be an entrepreneur unless you're innovative. And as also the previous speaker was talking about, it's not about that making the most complex idea or not making the newest idea, but just making the right idea with the right output and the right impact in the right place. And as entrepreneurship turns these innovations into viable business, make it commercialized and to scale it. So the need for hackathons in this time of AI and technology is really, really important. Why? Because we can consider, okay, if I have a business idea, where to go, what to do, and that actually takes time to get to your goal in forming a team, validating the idea, and also coming to the point of actually having minimal viable product at the end. But the hackathons, we can also talk about month of accelerators, but the hackathons PowerPoint is that it's very fast, very rapid, that goes with the great speed of the technology at the moment, and it outsources the talents a lot among the globe. Actually, not only the institutions, the individuals are now leaning on hackathons to get new ideas, it's also the governments. And you can see this definitely in Dubai, in Emirates, and in Germany here, where I'm having a hackathon next month, also from the government. There is hackathon now, every now and then, because all the institutions are relying on the innovations coming out from this intersection of minds. And as you're going to go to form your team in the next minutes, and also you're going to try to set the ideas, I would like to make you go through about the most important points that you have to take care of in the coming minutes. So when you are choosing an artificial intelligence solution or a powered solution with artificial intelligence, please ask yourself these three questions. They are very important. Why not AI? Because adding AI to everything is not the solution, or it's not always the answer. But adding the AI in the right place with the right output and impact is the most important thing. So if I'm doing a very simple thing and it's actually adding the cost, have no long run impact, then I'm not actually adding value. So it won't go somewhere, but it's just gonna be lovely innovation idea that we can just keep it aside at the moment. So keep in mind, ask yourself, why not AI? What is the alternative? And what are the problems are coming from this, so you can actually allocate the impact you're doing. Second thing is data. Remember, we said that about data is the key word when it's dealing with AI or the technology nowadays. So bear in mind that what type of data I'm collecting. Do you really have the infrastructure for this data? Like, is the system that I'm getting into or I'm implementing AI into, does they have the infrastructure for the data or not? That's very important. And then you go to the next point. This data is structured, if it's actually to the point, or as we say, it's clean data. It means that it is well organized and structures that can be actually used right away. So this is also a very important thing. So when you're forming your team or you're saying your costs, you can also think about from where you're going to get the data and by whom. And that also comes us to bring us to the third point, is the team. Who is gonna help me implementing the AI in my idea? Is it, do I have the enough expertise? Do I will need only mentorship? I will need outsourcing? I will need another employees? Or I'll need completely different spectrum of talents that can help me in implementing AI. So now we finished the AI, 3 questions important, and we made sure that our idea actually would be booming with artificial intelligence. So let's go and think about the innovation. Again, impact is very important. What I'm actually adding, and impact in a very simple word is a problem. I have a problem and I have a solution. And the solution really helps this problem and gives me new spectrum of facilitation, easiness, or even innovation. The second thing is applicability. Is the technology there yet or not? Is it actually applicable to be done when it comes, again, we said about the data and the infrastructure and the team. What type of resources do I need? Is it easy to get it at the moment? Is it easy to get it up front, or on the long term? So applicability is also, you have to assess it to validate your idea. And the last point is originality. How original your idea? Does it mean that it should be new? Absolutely not. But it should be adding the value in the right market, in the right place. Again, this point is very important. So I can just bring idea from other country and localize it in Dubai, and it's actually going to make impact, maybe even more from where I brought it. So, but the way I saw the problem as a local, as a person who have the experience, and I saw that this is the matching solution for it. So this is very important, and this is my type of innovation, and actually the adaptation of it. A very quick example, as I live now in Germany, if I'm bringing a lot of ACs to Germany, and even if they are the most newest and the best models or having the best innovation or technology, I'm actually killing my business. It won't work. The same as if I'm bringing heaters to Dubai, I don't think I'm gonna have any penny. So it's this adaptability, localization, and having the choice of the right market. And that brings us to the entrepreneurship. And entrepreneurship has like a very special heart in my heart, because as I see now, there is the high school students, the university graduates, or even the entrepreneurship. It's actually simulates my journey, starting with the startups in my university studies, and every mile along the way, I actually learned something, and it accumulated to come to the point that having this diverse experience or understanding of different topics, and you are actually having this awesome opportunity at the moment to get into the action as well. And I think that whoever had this chance is very lucky, as I was actually very lucky to have it during my studies. So when it comes to the entrepreneurship, now, okay, we know that our AI empowered solution is the right solution. We assist our innovation. And then now we're talking about the entrepreneurship, the problem, and it really fixed um, a real solution. Now we come to the business plan. Of course, AI can help you along the whole way about actually definition of the problem, the definition and the statistics of the problem, which numbers is very, very important when you actually gonna define the problem, especially in front of the judges or any panel that would assess your idea, any investor, and so on. So keep the eye on the numbers and go to the LLMs that actually provides you the numbers right away or the links. That's going to be very helpful. For example, as Gemini or Perplexity, in this case would be even better than ChatGPT. So having the real impact of with the solution, making the business plan, including financials, marketing plan, all of this, even if you don't have the experience, you can get a good assistance from AI that can help you a wrong way to shape the primary base of your business, and you can iterate it with the help of expertise of other people as well. Scalability. Scalability is a very important point that you're going to be asked about whenever you are having your own innovation or idea. How can I scale my problem? And here the scalability, we cannot just check it by numbers. Scalability also can be checked by impact. Because if I'm enabling, for example, differently abled people in an institution with, let's say, 10 number to make their full work into the institution using the AI-powered solutions is very, very important. Then, for example, we're saying, oh, I'm saving 1 minute from 100 employees. So I'm saving 100 minutes, yes. But on the other side, I'm completely changing the life of 10 people and letting them give the full attention or the full power to actually be enabled. So bear also in mind what type of impact you're doing and its scalability by numbers. The team is very important. You shouldn't starting by knowing your own capabilities and your own power, what I have, and list it down on a paper and see where you can actually help and what you can do. And then you can also check what other roles in the team that you need, so it can be actually more helpful to see the vision to what person you're actually looking for and how you can actually work together to get to the destination that you're looking for. Financials, again, you can get the help of AI to sort out your financials. Put numbers always is the key word of looking at the successful idea or innovation or an assessed idea. We talked about the right market, and I think it was clear that how to choose your right market. Now also choose your right mentor. In which area you want the mentor to be, how many mentors you actually want. And I think this is one of the great opportunities being in hackathons, boot camps, that you can have the reach to mentors, you can have reach to connections. So make sure that you use this opportunity by writing down what type of mentors would actually be beneficial for you at the moment. Your elevator pitch presentation. After finishing everything, how to know that you're already now clear and you can go to present your idea. Make sure that your 30 seconds presentation includes the clear idea of whatever you're doing. It's the target market, actually the service you're giving, and the impact you're doing. Simply in those 3 points in 30 seconds, very clear, to the point, and that's actually going to get you to places always, and it shows how clear you're seeing your idea. And at the end, the hackathon. Again, making all of this work, how to make it very fast into impact, is getting into the hackathons and get use of the resources that you're getting from it. So first, again, you assess your idea. And second is very, very important. Hackathon means always everything is fast. So make sure that you work very efficient, very fast. Start with a timeline of the deadline, go from the back to the front, and see, okay, we have to prepare the presentation, so we're giving it this time. We have to make the MVP or the minimal viable product or the proof of concept, so I will have this time for it. We have to give the, like, everyone gonna do his job, so this is the part of it. Actually getting to the right idea that we're gonna work on it and this time, and always give a margin in between, so you can be working smartly enough for in an efficient way as well. Okay, we talked about the team, but when it comes to hackathons, it's also different, because you don't know, if you're not bringing your own team and you're just having the opportunity and jumping in the ocean, and you're gonna see new people and connecting with new people. So it's very important, again, to write everyone what they actually have experience in, what they like to do, what they do it the best. And on the other side, it should be a very clear requirement when you are communicating with your team. So, okay, we don't know each other from long time, so the communication should be more clear, written, and requirement that is clear to everyone. This gives more efficiency to everyone who's working in the team, and of course, it gives it its smartness in the time. Number 4 is the criteria and the overall goal. Yes, we talked about the overall goal for the people, but what is the criteria and the overall goal of the hackathon? Why actually all the institutions are doing this hackathon? You have to bear in mind what is the goal behind it. For example, if I'm with the Water and Electricity Authority, then it means that every innovation in this track is also going to be considered, because it goes directly to their support of innovation and helping the community. Stakeholders, for example. Who are my stakeholders? Your stakeholders here can vary from the people you're already serving, the people you're already dealing with. And I forgot to tell you in the entrepreneurship part that also make the business model canvas using AI. And it's very easy, and it will get you every and single part of what you're actually doing into an action. So, and the number 6 is that look at your judges. Know who are your judges. Go to their LinkedIn accounts. Know what their interests, because in hackathons you have limited time of presentation. So you want to make the best out of it, and the rest of it would be in the questions. And for each and every judge, you know where I'm gonna redirect the questions to him to get the right info about my idea and to empower it more and more. So this is also a very important trick. Keep it in mind. Now we are talking about the AI and how it's actually, and the technology and how it's rapiding everything. So having a prototype, MVP, or a proof of concept is not that hard anymore. Please bear in mind that you always, if you have the opportunity to make a prototype, a minimal viable product, when it comes to the product or the service that you're giving, have a QR code if it's a digital, have a prototype that it's done with a 3D or whatsoever. Like, just be innovative also of showing the case of your idea, because it will not stop into the hackathon. You would always take it outside and use it definitely. It can also be a proof of concept, just connecting with your stakeholders in companies and ask them, is that something you actually need? Yes. Is that actually something, if you build, you're going to use? Yes. This is a proof of concept, and you can actually show it and show the work that you did. Can be a marketing survey, collecting the statistics from it, from the ground. So always have something from outside the bubble of the hackathon to add a flavor to your idea. Relate to the audience, and this is very important. Whenever you are promoting to your idea, presenting your idea, you have a lot of people who are diverse in background, thinking, interests. Try to relate to your audience. I would give you a small example. One of the hackathons I was I was actually presenting about an idea for the family planning and scheduling, and enabling the parents to have data-driven decisions to help the parents get the kids into the right track in sports, in education, having leisure time. So a lot of the people, or maybe almost the people, most of the people in the room were not actually related to the topic. But what they didn't have they didn't have kids, they are not parents. But at this moment, I related to their inner child and how much lost opportunities they think that they didn't have just because their parents didn't have the data-driven decisions that could take them and lead them to completely different places. So try to manipulate the thing in a good way and be innovative also in presenting your idea and relating to the audience. At the end, you're in a hackathon with a lot of resources. Know your ask, what actually you want, what actually the hackathon can give. Also, all the opportunities and the institutions behind it, how can actually they help empower your idea to be done so you can actually cling with them and they can keep you in mind to get your idea right away into action. And that's actually was all for today. I wish you all the best for the bootcamp this time and also for those who are going to join the challenge. And thank you and stay amazing. So,
Well, thank you, Engineer Hind. Is there is any question from the attendants to Engineer Hind? Yeah, one question here.
Good morning. My name is Mohammed Zaid. I'm a level 1 engineer, and I'm also a senior student at Westford University. My question is, previously you had showed the presentation, and the first point was find a solution or idea or problem. And what I see now, let me give some context to my question. Basically, what I see now is that we have these very smart, uh, extremely smart AI models and co-pilots being innovated, and I just see re-release of them with like better, I think, better functionality. What I see now is that for students like us, I don't see many use cases that we can come up for ideas and solutions for. So what I feel like is that people 10 years ago who were studying computer science and trying to come up with something innovative had more use cases in their disposal. Or maybe I'm just trying to underestimate us, but that's what I feel like, that we don't have many use cases. So my question to you is that, let's say you were in my shoes and you just recently graduated and you were looking to find this solution and have a startup in 5 to 10 years. What set of specific rubrics would you follow in order to find that particular use case in this generation of engineers? Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you for your questions. For your question, actually, do you think that there is more lack of problems at the moment than before? Or it's just the technology is too much and it's everywhere and it's getting into everything? Yes, both of them can be right, both of them can be wrong, because as long as we are developing the whole way, always another problems are coming, always another barrier or boundaries for a group of people is coming to an end because they cannot actually overcome the technology advancement at the moment. But let's go into action and say that if I were in your shoe at this moment, I would just go and check what are my field of interest, just the interest. I will talk to experts. I will talk to mentors. I have to get myself into internships. I have to get myself into more practical environment. It can be actually also working in the student activities, just as we said before, and also I would also love to relate to the previous speaker that, again, we can have studies and we can have books, but unless we are lacking to the practical experience, things will not make sense. And I think this is the only thing that will make all the magic to whatever you know and whatever experience you're having. And definitely you're underestimating the new generation of students, because you're actually getting into the wave of the technology. Yes, it's high wave, but you are there. You're not just like thousands of kilometers away of the beach or the swimming race. So that's a very good point. Although it's very competitive, and still to get ahead of it, just get yourself into the practicality um, of the field that you have the interest in. And just being today in the hackathon is one of the, you just jumped in the ocean, you're getting yourself to work on a case study, a startup, or even thinking with others. And the last thing is, surround yourself with the people that are like-minded, that they are having diversity also in expertise, and have them talking to you, and you're talking to them to get to more places that you would see, oh, here there's actually a problem, we can work on it. So, and I wish you all the best, definitely. I'm sure you're gonna do great.
Yeah, we have another question.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Han, for the mindful and informative talk. My name is Alvaro. I'm an interactive designer. I did my studies in Dubai. Well, the first question, and I would like to touch point in what you said, that more and more people need to have some skill set about AI. I would personally like to just briefly talk about myself. First, I started learning how to write code in Python. Then I learned a bit more of how can I code a website using Python as well. But I can see that more and more and more, you need to develop a full set of skill sets if you want to progress, because there's one of starting talking to a ChatGPT, for example, but then you can also go through the GPT agents, again, the AGIs. So in your experience, since you are an AI strategist, what will be the, let's say, the path that you will recommend someone like me or someone on our age of the audience to start developing a skill set? Because I believe that we are at halfway there, because they are expecting us to know the skill set, but at the same time, we are not exposed since the beginning. So yeah, that's basically the question I would like to know. And what's your thoughts on that? Because I believe we all are being challenged on that. As the previous person who asked the question, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your words. And I think also everyone knows that you're working coding, so you're better off now for the challenge. No, actually, what you said, it's actually valid not only for the students in your age, it's for everyone at the moment in the market. Everything is changing very fast, and today you learn something, tomorrow is completely different. And I was in one of the meetings in the German Research Institute of Artificial Intelligence, and we had this debate about the courses, prompt engineering courses. Is it actually valid to give prompt engineering courses at the moment? Or it's not, because today it's something, tomorrow it's completely different. And I can see this also with coding. You can actually learn about coding and code, and then tomorrow you'll see one of the tools that doing the same thing. But we still think that the AI doing the same thing. It's not. One example, for example, that I was talking to one of my technical colleagues, and he's coder in automotive, and I was just telling him, okay, but you can actually do this business plan in this way, this sense, and check the scalability. And he said, but I would never know if the answer is right or not, if it's relevant or not. So always your expertise would matter. Don't think that the machine is completely overruling at the moment. Your expertise will always, at the moment, till now, would just navigate the machine to get you to the best places that you can ever get. And in the sense of being actually up to date with everything is happening at the moment, my approach is a little bit different, because I think that it's always about getting yourself into a community. Me as a person would never be able to get to know everything is happening everywhere and with the change of every second in the technology. But if I'm 10 people, we can actually empower ourselves and everyone can get the best and the latest in the community. If we're 100, then we're gonna empower ourselves the best and the latest in the community. So I would actually recommend everyone in the room, and thank you for this point, that please get the contact of each other, get yourself in LinkedIn, WhatsApp, or whatever the platform you would like to have, or even today the boot camp would offer with the organizers. Don't leave the room unless you are all like-minded people with the same experience, know each other, and have platform to share with each other whatever is the newest in the market. And of course, keep an eye on the recruiting recruiting platforms and see what they actually need each now and then. Don't rush very much to learn everything they write at the moment, but stick to know that, okay, I'm aware of what the market needs and I'm going on the way. So, and use the AI always to help you to get to places faster. So thank you.
One more question.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Hind, for giving us the presentation and for giving us your precious time. So my name is Brooke. I'm with a computer science background. I work with a group of company called JKK Group of Companies. So the question I have is, on the hackathon part, you showed us different steps to be taken. But once the prototype is built, what are the chances of those prototype being a fully fledged solution, number one? And number two, what steps should be taken for those prototype to be a real world solution? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. For your question, actually having again, if I heard it well, because the sound was not really clear for me. So you're taking what it takes to make the prototype as a valid prototype, right?
Yes,
And
a
how,
real world solution.
okay. And the second thing is how to actually get it to post prototype stage. So
Yes.
again, the prototype is a proof of concept all the time. We said it's the work behind, let me actually go back to it's the work before the prototype is actually what gets you to the prototype. So I already defined the problem, I already defined the solution, and I can just show this alternation from having a problem into a solution with my prototype. I can show also the capability of doing the things, the understanding of my team doing it, and I think this is more than enough. As more as you can do, of course, that's good, but just this change from problem to solution, and it's working, that's actually clear to the judges to see that you had it done, and yes, that's the way I would like to see it happening. That's the first question. The second question, how to get it to the post MVP. And that's exactly what I was just talking about, the stakeholders, criteria, and know your ask. Those 3 points gets you to the post prototype, because if you know your ask, you can get it directly to post MVP or post prototype by the resources you're going to get from the hackathon, for example. By knowing your stakeholders, you would connect with them even through the development of your prototype, asking people in positions, asking expertise, asking the prospect customers for you. So you're actually doing the whole research or the whole connection to make people know about your idea or prototype. And then I believe in the power of networking. It will go places also with this kind of networking, and knowing the criteria would get you directly to the right places. to make it a solid, grounded product after having the prototype. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Dr. Hind, for your time and effort.
It's my pleasure.
We get your experience, and it is a great pleasure welcoming you, and thank you for your time. I know that you joined us from Germany to give us this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure, and thanks to everyone who attended today and also gave me the time and listen. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. After this session, we will take a break. The coffee break is outside. After that, we will have our session with Engineering Zinedine from Software EG. As we know from this session, more information about AI. The coming one will focus more on the IoT and how we can mix between IoT and AI to help us develop our solutions based on the IoT and AI. So after the coffee break, we will start with the Engineering Zinedine from Software EG or Cumulosity. He will tell us what is software and what is Cumulosity. And to know more about IoT and AI, after the session of Engineering Zinedine, we will have a hands-on session about problem framing and start with the first exercise, hands-on activity to think about the idea, how we can select the idea, how we can create our team and find the right problem to start our solution. Thank you for time. Welcome back. I know many of you ask about the parking. We are so sorry that we don't have access for parking here. So for tomorrow, for any teams who are going to come, please try to park in a different, I will share with you by end of the day the map, because there is a free parking here, but you have to come early to take your slot. And also there is another parking with minimum fees. The main one is 15 dirham, but there is another one with 10 dirham. And if you can also have the public parking, it can be more less than the cost of here. But unfortunately, you don't have access to give discount or something like this, because the parking is managed by a different company than DFF. Welcome back. The last session before the break, we spoke about AI, and now we will go more in details about IoT. How many of you know what is IoT? Great. It will be easy to explain more. You know IoT. What is IoT? Internet of Things. Okay, great. So we have engineer Zainuddin from Software AG, one of the well-known international companies that have a lot of technologies related to IoT. And he will speak about what is IoT and what is Cumulosity. So thank you for the opportunity and for your time. And you will be happy to hear about the IoT and AI for smart cities.
Thank you so much, Muhammad. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's session. I want to focus today on IoT and AI and the integration between those two, and how we really bridge the gap between the two different sets of technology. So just to get the introductions out of the way, my name is Zainuddin. I'm a regional solutions lead for Middle East, Turkey, and Africa, focused specifically on the IoT business unit. Prior to this, I used to be a researcher, mostly focusing on nanosatellite technology and AI communications between the ground and satellites for remote locations. And a quick introduction about us as a company. Software AG is a German company founded in 1969. So we are over 50 years old. We are established in 70 plus different countries. And we focus on three main business units: integration, IoT, and business transformation. So we established the entire digital backbone for a digital transformation journey. But today we're going to focus specifically on the IoT business unit and how we can simplify the connected world. And with that, the first thing I want to ask you guys is, what is the main challenge that every city faces, in your opinion? Change? What else? Pollution? Air pollution? Yes. Energy use? Yes. But these are all very niche problems. If we want to think of it from a bigger perspective, it's typically infrastructure and how we sustain this infrastructure. And typically the analogy that I like to give for a challenge like this is to do with fire trucks. If you have an emergency, a fire truck can't move without a road in place. And hence infrastructure is always the key challenge that faces cities, and the same can be applied to IoT. Without the right infrastructure, when it comes to hardware provisioning, when it comes to data collection, devices, and sensors, if you don't establish the right foundation, you will lack this infrastructure and hence lack the actual advancements. And so if we look at what are the different key metrics that we have when we talk about cities, we see that cities are under pressure. By 2050, we expect that 70% of the population will live in cities, and 80% of these cities will be consuming all of our energy. As opposed to that, 75% of all our CO2 emissions will come from cities, and 75% of all of our raw materials will be consumed by these cities. And as such, we need to develop smart solutions to resolve and tackle these problems from the beginning. And usually when we think about building smart cities, we can go with two different approaches: a centralized and a decentralized approach. Now, what do you think is a better approach, a central or decentral approach? Yes. So a decentralized approach allows you to break free from the silos, and it allows you to have a one unified place for everything. So if we look at the pros and cons for a centralized approach, we can see that we have a very consistent implementation across different smart cities. And this is if you want to deploy this on a national level or a regional level, where you want to have a consistent view for for different departments and different visions. But you also have or are susceptible to different points of failure, especially single points of failure. As opposed to going with a decentralized approach, you separate all of your departments, all of your use cases into silos. You will have a challenge of connecting and correlating all of the data, but you reduce the risk of failures when it comes to the different silos. And just to give a quick introduction again into what IoT is, it's essentially a way to connect your physical assets to your digital business. And we do it with this typical workflow. So you have your physical things. These are your hardware sensors, your devices, your physical systems in a specific infrastructure or a specific location, connected to some form of suite, whether it's an edge, an IoT edge, whether it's a core IoT platform that serves as the main layer for analysis, for analytics, for use cases that ultimately integrates with all of your third-party applications, all of your business applications, and this is how you develop your entire digital business. But when we look at it from a challenge perspective and having the different disparate silos and different systems, the chaos of connectivity as a challenge pops up. And this is where we try and tackle this to link all of our different silos, such as our different vendors, different connectivity protocols, different systems, and we need to bring them all into one place to correlate and understand all of the data from a single source, to be able to build all of the insights. And essentially, this is the core thing when it comes to developing with AI. You need to have the data centralized somewhere where you can pre-process it and build on it, learn on it, to be able to actually deliver the business outcomes out of it. And so if we want to unlock the potential for all of our citizens in a smart city, we need to start and shift our perspective from a smart city to a cognitive city. So a smart city typically focuses purely on data acquisition and data collection, but a cognitive city thinks about processing the data and actually utilizing the data. And so I want to ask you, what is your next move with AI? And the reason I use this picture is this is probably, I think, the earliest reference that I have to AI, which is from iRobot. This is the first thing that I can remember from 10, 15 years ago and how I got into what AI is. But typically, especially in the environment or in the region that we are in, AI for us here is more buzzwords. We want to hear generative AI. We want to see predictive maintenance. We want to see computer vision. We want to see all of these cool use cases because they sound really good to have as a company. And they give us, though, all of the different business outcomes. They give us enhanced productivity. They give us better decisions, reduced errors. They do improve customer experience and operational efficiency. But how do we achieve this? It's always a blur. So what we need to do is set up a blueprint for how we want to establish this and collect the different building blocks. So to go from a business outcome to our business goal, we need to come up with a couple of different blocks: deployments, applications, devices, data, administration. And these can be split into two main schools of thoughts. We can look at it from an IoT perspective. And in the scenario that we'll be presenting today is obviously Cumulosity IoT, our industry platform. And you have your artificial intelligence. Now, when you bring these two together, you set up what you call a transformation foundation. And once you have established this foundation, you can also now start to collect data from your different devices. You can talk to all of these different data and integrate them with different business applications. You can analyze where you can turn the insights that you get from this data into actionable items. And then you enter the predictive world where you can start to plan ahead and build for the future. And when we do this approach, we shift from the typical smart city mindset and we go into a cognitive city ideology. And this is where the power of predictive analytics comes into play, where we can transform data into actionable intelligence for future success. So I know we just came back from a coffee break, but I want to ask you guys a question. Which burger looks more appetizing? Okay, and this is what I like to call the great burger debate when I do this presentation. But why do you guys say that burger looks better than this one? More stuff. So I like to use this as an analogy for IoT platforms, where this burger is your simple out-of-the-box IoT platform that offers device connectivity, device management. It does the bare minimum, it does the basics. But when you add a little bit of crunch, add some spiciness, that is the analytics. And this is where we can start to look at things from a different perspective. So when we look at analytics in IoT, it's typically split into three main branches. We have our past, so this is our historical data, where we collect and store the data for future learning. This is the core foundation for machine learning. Next, we have our present. So this is our streaming analytics, data that flows in from devices in real time, and we want to take actions on these devices, take actions on the data that's coming in, and execute operations on the fly, typically in a matter of seconds. And then the final step is the future, where you have the predictive aspects, where you want to create, you want to train your models based on your historical data and be able to execute it for future industrial IoT use cases or any other types of IoT use cases, from predictive, from a maintenance perspective, from a demand forecasting, from inventories, etc. But what is predictive analytics in essence? It's the ability to aggregate and capture sensor data from different actions. We also need to monitor and understand the usage of the machine and how it works. We then need to be able to predict and turn this data into valuable insights. Because in a cycle like this, if I put in, usually the best sentence that I like to give people is garbage in equals garbage out. So if you feed the wrong amount of data in the initial stage, it will fail you in your predictive state. And therefore, it's very crucial to aggregate and collect the right data, understand the conditions that you have, to be able to then predict and use it for different business models and actionable models in the future. And so this is typically the IoT maturity curve. So we start off with a simple onboarding, the device management, the regular burger. And this is where most customers typically end their cycles. So they onboard their devices, they do some monitoring, they gain some value back from the insights that they are getting, but they are not able to progress further from a complexity perspective, from a time perspective, into the full scope of IoT. So we don't look into smart field services. We are not looking into performance management. And hence, we are missing out on new business models that can allow us to be operationally efficient and sets us apart and makes us more competitive in the field of IoT. When you plug in analytics, we shift up exponentially into the smart field services and the performance management. And these are the next value drivers, shifting away from the base IoT capabilities and adding these analytics and integration, or the artificial IoT, to allow you to become a more sustainable, more operationally efficient business that can operate with new business models. And now the stairway to success, typically with IoT analytics, is to start off with just the base. At least it's a start. It sets you apart where you have the initial value to enable you for the analytics, simply with device management and device connectivity. Once your data is flowing through the platform, this is where you start to prepare your assets for analytics. So you start to train, you start to collect the data, and based on that, you start to use it for external analytics. And then this is where you start to make your IoT data meaningful and accessible as a final source, and you build the value out of it. To give you guys a quick overview on Cumulosity IoT and what it is, it's a horizontal IoT platform. So when we talk about a horizontal IoT platform, it means it is, or it breaks free from the verticalizations. It's not a single purpose, single use case IoT platform, but rather it's a horizontal platform that allows you to build any type of use case on top of it that can cater to any industry. And it consists of 5 key pillars, which are shown behind me: the applications, data, devices, deployment, and the analytics. Within the applications, it gives you the flexibility to build any type of application on top of it, all through a low-code, no-code, drag-and-drop approach. It allows you to enable your applications and integrate them with different third-party business applications, such as your ERPs, the CRMs, and gives you the flexibility via APIs to fetch all of the data. The next layer is the analytics, being able to use all of the different types of analytics, from time series analytics, visual analytics for digital twins, as well as real-time streaming analytics from the devices that are coming in to allow you and set you up for the future of machine learning. When it comes to data, obviously digital twin is a very key concept in the future of modeling when it comes to smart cities, when it comes to building hierarchies. And of course, having a strong data management layer is key to store the data, to be able to query and offload and inload all of your data. In my opinion, our strongest layer is the devices layer, because for us as a software vendor, we are device agnostic. We want to break away from the challenges that IoT vendors usually give customers with their lock-ins. We want to be able to connect any type of device from any type of network for IoT to build any type of use case for any vertical industry. And this gives you the flexibility to build whatever you want in any way that you want. And then lastly, the deployment. It needs to be flexible. Usually when we have certain regulations like the ones in this region to do with cloud, you need to be flexible to deploy on premises, you need to be flexible to deploy on the edge, or even a hybrid deployment between on edge, on cloud, or different types of topologies. Of course, a key concept that needs to be applied across all the layers is security. So you need to have security enforced across all of the different layers. And it should be something scalable, something that you can grow as the business grows, because that is the key thing about IoT. We always start at a certain stage, but we have to expect continuous growth. And once you have this continuous cycle of continuous learning and continuous deployment, this is how you truly innovate and you set yourselves apart during the IoT cycle. And a quick high-level logical view of the platform itself, we can see that the core of the platform consists of a couple of different pillars, from device management, from tenant management, from streaming analytics, as well as some additional add-ons when it comes to the machine learning, data hub for data lakes, integrations, and operational equipment effectiveness. As well as, obviously, if we look at the key evaluations, we can see Software AG or Cumulosity IoT is the leading IoT platform across the board, pretty much from Gartner reports, Forrester reports, as well as Macnation analyst reports. But how do we integrate AI or machine learning with an IoT platform? This also needs to have a flexible layer, because in the stage that we're in, everyone develops or everyone deploys models in their own ways. And we need to be agnostic enough to support all of the different protocols or all of the different layers so that we don't impose any lock-ins or any restrictions. So we operate a bring your own ML model where you can develop it in the tool of your choice, whether it's on a hyperscaler like Amazon SageMaker, Azure ML, or IBM Watson, or as a simple development on Python via a Jupyter notebook, however you would like. You bring this model into our platform. You can do the orchestration through the platform and execute the operations and monitor it as well. And this typically looks like this. So this is a scenario for a hyperscaler deployment where we externally host the machine learning model. So we can see that the input data from our devices goes into the platform, and this real-time data is fed via an API endpoint to our hyperscaler to perform the inferencing, and it's returned back to our device in a matter of seconds to be pushed out and execute an operation. If we want to make this in a shorter cycle, we bring the inferencing into the platform with a dedicated ML engine that allows you to execute all of the operations in one place. This way, you execute all of the analytics and process all of your data without leaving the platform. And if we look at an example that we built with the IBM Watson, we can see that we have a recommendation-based model that is fed with the technical documentation of the platform. And you can go in and ask it, how do I build a dashboard? How do I connect a device? But also it goes beyond this, because this is the base of the future. And we want to be able to use generative AI to recommend us and give us future enhancements on how we can improve our operations. And as such, by feeding it the data that's coming in into the platform, we are now able to take better insights. I can ask it, for example, to predict for me the day with the highest energy consumption on a smart city level. And it should be able to return for me in a simple model. This is your maximum day, this is your peak day, and this is your minimum day. This way I can plan ahead. The same can be applied, for example, for smart traffic. If we are anticipating an event, we can ask it to predict the best traffic routes. When will we have the peak loads, just for us to be, or just for us to have an optimized planning and integrated with all of our different solutions. Another aspect of AI within IoT is to unlock the user experience. So we want to be able to understand what is happening with our assets in a very easy, very natural way. So I can ask it, for example, to give me all of the disconnected devices, the status of the different devices. And this is just a simple way for us to process and understand what is happening within our IoT platform without even leaving it, without having to deploy resources onto a site, and without having all of the challenges that we face within this aspect. And now if we want to look at some practical applications, the first one that is a personal favorite of mine is to do with Formula One. As you can see, I'm a very big Formula One fan. And this is a very cool application where you bring them both together. I bring in my love for motorsports with IoT and with AI. So what's the challenge that we want to do? Let's experiment on last year's F1 Grand Prix in Abu Dhabi. So we take in the telemetry data from the different cars, from the track. And why do we use the F1 data? Is because it's rich when it comes to the telemetry. It's very consistent from a data collection perspective. And it's provided to us via a simple API. We take in all of this data and we have a goal. We want to train an AI model to compare and recommend for us the best approach against other drivers. So the first idea or the first objective is to collect the fastest lap. We want to see when and where the fastest lap was. We then look at the stats of the track itself and all of the different KPIs that we get from it, from an angle, from a turn, from a distance. And then we prepare our model. So we want to be able to look at the distance to the corner to be able to predict the braking behavior. And we want to be able to compare it against different drivers. So what we do is we build a simple model on TensorFlow. And the end goal of this is just to get two possible predictions, brake or don't brake at a certain distance. We can execute this model and we inference it against the second fastest data. And we can see that the recommendation of the model is to not brake, while the actual execution was brake. So had Hamilton at this lap not braked at that specific distance, which is 90 meters to the turn, and instead brake, or had he not braked at 106 and braked at 90, he would have maintained and he would have got the fastest lap. But where can we see this enhanced even more? Well, we transferred all of these insights into our own racing academy that we run, which is the Electric Racing Academy in the Netherlands, where all of the data from our electric vehicles, our Formula 4 electric vehicles, are connected to our platform. And we built this inferencing, and we reached a goal to build a recommendation model based on ChatGPT with a live feed into our driving behavior. So if we have a look over here, we can see that we feed the data of the simulator into our platform, and we receive inputs from ChatGPT or from our natural language model that tells us you are driving too harshly, you should brake earlier, you should brake sooner, just to improve our driving behavior. So here, actually, you can't really hear the AI much, but it's telling him that the driving behavior is not good. He should be braking better, accelerating smoother. And this is one of the cool applications for AI mixed in with IoT and in this field. Another application that I want to talk about that links quite well with smart cities is the concept of digital twins. And the first actually application of digital twins happened over 50 years ago with the Apollo 13. So 330,000 kilometers away from here, the astronauts, 3 astronauts on the Apollo 13 heard a big bang, and they realized that there was a problem with their spaceship. Now, at the time, there was obviously no IoT, but NASA had some state-of-the-art telecommunications that allowed them to recreate the environment that the astronauts are in and simulate the best actions to fix the problem that they had on board. And as such, the idea of digital twins came up to place. But digital twins have a certain knowledge behind them and an understanding that people typically confuse. So if I show you this picture, is this a device? Is this an asset? Is this a machine? What is it? It's one of them. It is all of them, but what is it specifically? So this is a device. Or it's not a device, but rather it's an asset. And a device is something that lives within an asset. And as such, we can replicate this to a building. You have a building that has lights, that has heating, ventilation, air conditioning. These are all devices within a general asset. And this is the concept of digital twin. We want to move away from a device-centric approach and focus on an asset-centric approach that allows us to drive better business context. Because if we look at things from an asset perspective, we really are able to drill down and focus on the true problem level from a hierarchy perspective and are able to solve it at that critical level. And what we offer is a digital twin manager that brings your IoT data into a business context. So we can split our assets and our devices. We start from a customer perspective, a building, like we just said. It breaks down into multiple factories, or if we think about it as a city with multiple buildings, those multiple buildings will have multiple assets, multiple ACs, multiple solar panels, each with their own connected assets that then break down into all of our different devices. But when we take it from this hierarchy approach, we're able to tackle it at different problems and understand where our business operations are lacking and where we can input the best value. And this is where we can define the behaviors. So we need to be able to have different types of visualizations. So whether it's a 2D scale visualization from a SCADA perspective, be able to execute different operations, different machine learning models on our data, and be able to integrate it with different rules so that if something was to go wrong, let's say with one component in this robot, I need to be able to schedule a technician to come and operate on it in a fully synchronized and a fully autonomous way. So this allows us to maintain our operations. And then we can also evolve our model development with scalable dashboarding. So we can make different types of dashboards based on the model of the asset, based on the type of the asset. We can use the dashboard managers. We can build analytics on top of it, build different services. And if we look at then the efforts based on our number of assets as they grow, we see that without a digital twin manager, it will grow exponentially. But rather with a digital twin manager, it does plateau after a certain number of assets because it becomes something unified, it becomes something consistent that is deployed across the entire board or across the entire fleet. And if we add AI to the mix, especially for a digital twin, and this is something that we are working on in our labs, we see that we can use, for example, again, a generative language where I can ask it, for example, if I'm responsible for a fleet of buildings with multiple floors, multiple flats, multiple parkings, and solar panels, can you build for me a hierarchy that maintains or optimizes my energy consumption, ensures energy is efficient across all my boards? The AI will come back and return for me the hierarchy to be proposed. It will set up the device integrations and also set up the dashboards for me, taking this process down to a matter of minutes as opposed to a couple of hours or a couple of days. Coming back to where we started, we saw that analytics, adding it into the mix, is the way to go. Having AI as part of the entire equation sets you apart from the base of this. And to answer the great burger debate, this is the better burger. Thank you guys so much. If you have any questions, please let me know. That's a fair point. So when we talk about industrializing protocols, it's not about having them all use the same protocol, but rather it can be based on the different connectivity protocols. And each of those come with their own layers of security. So for example, LoRaWAN is not the most secure of a platform, but if you add a certain encryption layer in between, you start to have a secure communication. Our goal is to break free from silos. So we don't want to restrict people to only use a certain protocol or a certain vendor, because it's just not a sustainable approach to grow, because today's business needs will differ from tomorrow's business needs. And as such, you need to be flexible in the way that you handle the different data, especially when it comes from different sources. In a building like this, you will have Wi-Fi connected devices, you will have BMS devices that use Modbus, for example, or backnet protocols. So these are two completely different schools of thought and two completely different technologies that were developed in different times, but yet both are very critical to work with each other to be able to understand. So this is a challenge, definitely, and I would say it's part of the idea of a cognitive city. It's to understand, and there is a specific layer for security as part of this, especially when it comes to AI and how it's being utilized from a data processing perspective, from an ethics perspective. But this is a challenge that, yes, we face, but is tackled at the device level rather than at the platform level. Max Verstappen. Next question.
First of all, thank you so much for the explanation. I read about this, but I've never got the chance to hear like on a complete explanation. So it's really great to have it. I am a strategic design student and interactive designer. And last year, and this is where my question is coming, I did an internship in a retail franchise company. They have 2,000 stores, 85 brands. So you could understand the complexity of the system that they manage within them. Just to summarize, they have MicroStrategy, they have Azure, they have Redfine, they have system in-house. They also use Excel. So when I was doing the internship with them in planning and merchandising, one of the largest problems we have was that there was a lot of problems trying to connect system within them. So at 8 a.m., for example, we're going to get all the information uploaded into the system, but then we need to have answers only until 1 p.m. And 1 p.m., the person will work and get the information. But the manager, what I was working for, was I need to have the answers now. I need to take a decision immediately. So I try my best to give them ideas. Okay, we can code these. We can try to get the data before. But this is where the question for you come. How, in your experience, can you work with such organizations or governments that have such complex systems that even if they want to implement these IoT solutions, you have to understand a lot of constraints. Even that one of the providers will not give you the API, so you will need to download the data as a TXT and then upload it into your system. So it's just to understand how companies work on this, because there's a lot of complexity. Even when I was working just as an intern, I can see even with the whole expertise of the IT team, they couldn't solve these issues because it doesn't rely on them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. This is more to do with a governance type of a question. You need to establish the right governance to be able to tackle these problems. And IoT typically comes at a more mature stage of the digital transformation journey. So before you reach the IoT stage where you can operationalize and centralize all of your operations, you typically need to start at a lower level to document your processes, to understand your enterprise architecture, to be able to move into that next step. Because there may be certain inefficiencies along the way already established in the foundation. And if you remember what I said, if you feed garbage into a platform like this that is corely focused on data, you will get garbage out as well. So the idea is if you establish the right governance, you do the solid business transformation to understand the different fields on the bottom, then you start to look at the different approaches to tackle the integrations.
That they will allow the transformation. Otherwise, you will not be able to fix those inefficiencies, right?
It's not necessarily that. It does help, obviously, but it is essentially, yes, it's a decision. You need to be willing to take the next step to, first of all, admit that there are inefficiencies, and then be able to progress further and start to resolve these things. But they have to start from a business transformation perspective to operationalize and be efficient in your day-to-day operations before you move to the next step. Otherwise, it's not successful. So you typically start your digital transformation journey with your business transformation, documenting your processes, doing your enterprise architecture. Then you shift into the integration. So this is, we go from our as is to be. We integrate all of our systems, and then we can innovate with IoT and with AI.
Okay. Thank you so much for the answer.
Hi, I'm Mohammed Tahir. I'm a computer science graduate from BITS Pilani Dubai campus. I previously done an internship at Reckitt Kaiser in R&D digitalization. So I just quickly looked you up on LinkedIn as well, and I saw that you are an R&D technologist in Deva. So my question was, the one of the main issues I was facing was I had to integrate data from a lot of different countries, each with their own government regulations. So I was in R&D and we have a lot of lab readings. So now I would like to understand from you, as you said, garbage in, garbage out. How do you standardize data and enforce best practices? So because I was tasked to tell the lab analyst this is how you're supposed to record data, is a principle supposed to follow, but I had no previous experience. So I would like to get your input about that.
Thanks. Yeah, again, it's the same point. It's all to do with governance. To be able to set the standard operating procedures, the best practices from the start, to be able to move and fetch and push the data in the optimum formats. So it obviously has to start from there. You unify the data, and this is where pre-processing comes into play. So like in your predictive analytics journey, the first step is just your initial value drivers, connecting devices, connecting your data. And then it's all about processing it, unifying it before you can push it to the next step. So it's all about, again, governance, being able to establish the best practices from day one, using different industry sources, or if there are, for example, the standard certifications, ISO formats, something like that, setting up what is the best format for the specific field that you're in, and then being able to actually take it further from there. Any other questions? Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Engineer Zain. I would like to ask you to be sitting as a groups, because now we will work together in idea team formation and ideation. Can you please sit as a groups in the tables? The group there, can you find a group and sit with them? Here, you will be one group here, right? You are find a group, right? Now with the time for working, so you need to make a group and we will work together. 4 to 5, 5, maximum 6. Yeah. Because the table will not be accommodated more than 6.
احنا معانا فليب شارت بقى صح؟ وستيكي نوتس اوزع فليب شارت.
Each group has sticky note, colored pen. Here there is table here available for the attendees who can't make a group. Here, if you can make this table, you can use this table. This table available here.
In the morning, we got a presentation from Engineer Mahmoud Gom'a speaking about his company. And he said one of the most problems faced entrepreneurs is creating something they are love, but there is no customer. There is no need for it. In this session, we will work together to develop ideas that can be developed in the future as a startups. And we will work on something known as problem framing, how we can frame the problem. There is many things that we need to share together, and we need to understand some important statements. First, very important statement we need to know: let's fail in love with our problems. By the way, one of the well-known statements, whatever you find a problem, an opportunity. If you remember in Corona, we got many problems. I consider this problem as a challenge. It is not a problem, it is a challenge. If you succeed to overcome the challenge, you will come with a very good business opportunity. If you remember, anyone from you remember one of the big challenges faced people during Corona, which is when they wearing masks, they make some pain on their ears. A very young, talented student in middle school, he created a small plastic stick to make it easy And this innovation was a very successful and create a lot of business opportunities. So to be able to create a business, we need first to what? To love the problem. We need to think, love problem, to think more and dream about this problem. So in order to find a solution, first you need to what? If you want to find a solution for a problem, what you have to do? Understand the problem. Meet with expert. Okay. Collect more data. Check the available technologies. Any other answers? Look for potential solutions. Brainstorming. Okay. If you want to find a solution fast, you need to identify the right problem. By the way, in many cases, we fail in this exercise. When we see something, the solution will be this. The solution will be this. In many cases, we don't think, this is why in the beginning, we said you need to love the problem. Why? Because you want to ask the right problem, you need to identify the right problem first. A very well-known statement for Einstein: if I had an hour to solve a problem and my life depend on this problem, I would use the first 55 minutes to determine the proper question to ask. By the way, I am running the UAE Hackathon for more than 6 years. One of the most big challenges I face, many people who are offered challenge for talent people to solve, is framed in a wrong way. I'm asking the wrong question, not the right question. A very small example for this. If you feel pain in your head, what is first thing you do? If you feel some Panadol, yes? Okay. If you take a Panadol after 2 hours, what happened? You will need another Panadol, yes? What is the cause of this pain? Yes? Because what I did in this case, I didn't solve the problem. I solved the symptom. I feel pain, but why? Why I feel pain? And sometimes because you didn't drink enough water. You didn't sleep enough. You didn't eat enough. So you need to think about what we are saying is the root cause of the problem. What is the root cause of the problem? So in many cases, we are solving what? We are solving the symptom, not the problem. This is why we need to identify what? The right problem. What is the right problem to be solved? And we need to spend a lot of time asking the right questions to reach. And this is what we are going to do in our session. We are going to identify what? The right problem. To identify the right problem, there is a process to be able to do this. We need to identify the problem statement. What is the good problem statement? If we want to identify the good problem statement, include first gap. Identify the gap, the pain that exists today. What is the gap? What is the pain I am trying to solve? When and where? When this pain happened, when this gap happened, is the problem, when this problem happening, impact, qualifying the gap, for example, lost time, lost cost, what is the impact on us? Because, for example, in many cases, when you are trying to solve a problem, but end of the day, this problem don't affect the cost you are paying. Why you are solving this? why people spend money on a specific solution? To save money, to save time, to save effort. Yes. If your solution don't achieve any of this, so why you are providing me with this solution? Do you remember the movie Back to the Future? Any of you, this is a very old film. Any of you saw this film, Back to the Future? The crazy scientists that creating every day an innovation, but there is no customer. There is no people paying money for this solution. This is a solution, this is a product? No. Although it is a very innovative solution, but you don't have audience or customers to pay for this. So it is very important to identify the gap. When impact, quantify the gap. Time, cost, effort. Importance, to better understand the urgency. Let me give you a very quick example. We know now about the electrical cars, yes? There is a lot of these electrical cars nowadays. Do you know that the first engine invented by Ford was an electrical engine? The electrical engine invented before the combustion engine. And the first car invented by Ford was an electrical car. Why it didn't fly at this time? No? What? The power of the car, the strength of the car, and at this time the cost of the electricity, yes, efficiency. The cost of the electricity compared to diesel is very, very expensive. Why nowadays electrical cars start to be available in the market? Because what is the invention make the electrical car is more affordable, and it will be more affordable. No. I heard batteries, because of batteries. And by the way, the most innovative technology now that accelerating cars is batteries. If you know about BYD, they are more innovative now than Tesla in batteries. Because, yes. And but another one, yes. For example, any one of you in home or in your business have solar panels? What is the most expensive part from the solar panel system? Batteries. This is why all days electrical power is very expensive. So although I have the solution, why I didn't implement it? Cost. I know the gap, I know the impact, but cost is high. I will not pay a lot of money in a very innovative solution, but it is very high, very costly. Why now electrical cars are available? Why now many people can afford getting electrical cars? Because of the technology of batteries. For example, for old people like me, in 2000, do you remember how size the mobile phones before? Mobile phones was very big one with a big antenna. Why now we can have a very nice mobile with a very efficient services, and you can access internet, you can have a very strong camera, all of this because of what? Batteries. The most innovative part that make these mobiles like this is batteries. This is why we need to think about the technology we are developing. Are we going to design a fancy mobile, or are we going to design a very efficient battery system? By the way, batteries is one of the deep tech technologies are very limited for specific countries. very few people who are working in battery development and in this kind of systems. This is why we need to think about the problem statement. If I am asking you if you want to create a very efficient mobile, all of us will think about what? Screen, camera. No one will think about what? Battery. Any of you will think that if I want to do a very efficient mobile, I will think about battery? Although battery is more than 50% of the technology inside the mobile. This is why electrical cars, this is why nowadays solar systems become more efficient and more cheaper because battery systems start to be affordable and stay for a long time. But also there is some systems now don't depend on battery and the cost is more cheaper than others. When you are thinking about the problem, don't think about what? Possible cause or solutions. This is very important. Most of us, when thinking about problem, what comes to our head? The solution. We have a problem in traffic, the solution is this one. We have a problem in the transportation, the solution is this one. When you are thinking about problem, don't think about the solution. Don't say this, the problem and the solution is this one and this one and this. No. Love the problem. Think about the problem. Think about the cause of the problem. Okay? To identify similarity and difference around the problem, everyone think we are solving. Don't think about solving the problem. We will start with the steps now. We need to write out the statement that clearly identify the problem. Keep it as short as you can. Read loud and discuss, answer clarifying questions. We will take an exercise for each table to think about problem, and I will see what you are written about your problem. For the problem, we have current status, we have gap, we have future status. So what is the problem you are going to identify to see that you are moving from the current status to the future status by bridging this gap. This gap is the problem, okay? So we need to start with the current status and identify what is the gap, what is the problem, what is the challenge. Every table, select one problem and write as much as you can as a description for this problem, okay? I'm speaking about what? Problem. So I need to write in a clear statement what is the problem and put as much as you can description for this problem. You will take 5 minutes and I will check with you what the problem you select to think about. You need to think about the current status and the future status and what is the problem in between to reach from these steps to the future one. Now, think whatever you like. We don't have a specific problem now. As an exercise, later we will specific some problems based on the challenge itself. But now we are thinking about problem, whatever problem. Whatever. Need to select a problem and write a clear statement about this problem. Any problem. Not related to technology. business campus model, we will use it later. But here, I don't only, yes, only problem and describe as much as you can. عايزكم تختاروا مشكلة حلوة بقى. البنات ايه اكتر مشكلة بتشوفوها في حياتكم؟ الزحمة ولا الحرب؟ ولا ماما وبابا ما بيجيبولناش اللي احنا عايزينه؟ اختاروا مشكلة واكتبوها، دي هنشتغل عليها بعدين. الحين انا قلت سولوشن. ادي اول خطأ اهو. اول خطأ الشباب. The first mistake. Some of the tables asking the problem and solution. I don't want solution. No one speak about solution. I'm thinking only about problem and describe the problem. No one write solution. For business canvas model will be used after. Don't use business. Yes. We will not use business canvas now. Only problem. Write the problem. Problem. Very good one. Okay. Okay. Did you decide the problem or not yet? Decide? Okay. As we said, a very short and clear statement for this problem. Okay? دي اللي فيها البرنامج بكره ولا هي دي؟ بس سريع بس. Let me help you with some tricks. If you want to find right problem, you need to read, discuss, analyze, and research. We have 2 minutes, only 2 minutes. I hope most of you decided the problem. We need to write it. 1 minute. We have only 1 minute. Please write your problem statement in the sheet you have. Okay, finished? All teams finished? Okay. Everyone, can you hear me now? Please. All teams finished? Not yet. Finished? Okay. So let's start with some teams. As we said, we need a clear statement for the problem. Who would like to share with us the problem they select? One statement. Can we start with this table?
Our problem basically is
1 minute.
centered.
Please, can you hear each other, please? Because this is very important to hear each other and to know how each team structured their problem statement. Yes.
Our problem statement is regarding the environmental conditions of a specific country for agriculture. And why we chose this problem is many countries cannot grow their own agriculture due to environmental conditions, and then they cannot further obtain reliable food sources. And this is very problematic because, for example, if we have uh, harsh times like let's say another pandemic or another uh, probably pandemic or like
So
harsh time,
what is the problem?
the problem statement is conditional environmental conditions for a specific country for agriculture.
Problem is
The environmental condition.
environment condition. This is a problem.
Yeah.
Or the problem is food safety.
No, it's environmental.
Yes, I understand. The problem is the environment conditions.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Environment condition. Okay. Problem here. What is the problem?
So the problem that we've picked is regarding artificial intelligence. So it is how can we ensure that AI system keep people's personal information safe? It's regarding data privacy.
How we can keep people safe?
People's data.
People's data safe.
Yeah, since AI require it requires vast amounts of data.
Yes.
And
So the problem here, we have a lot of data. How we can keep this data safe
yeah,
for people?
Issues with the data privacy.
Data privacy.
yes,
Okay. There is any information you need to share?
Yes, sir,
yes.
the current
So
state.
we've written the current state, which says it depends on vast user data. It raises concerns about data breaches and privacy violations. And as we all know, AI has been developing rapidly, but the security measures aren't as rapidly developing. And currently, I don't think so. People might trust AI with their data, their private data.
People are afraid from trusting AI because of the data privacy.
Yeah,
So how do you think we will solve this problem?
we are currently discussing.
Great. Yes. Okay. What is the problem here?
The problem is the education system fails to prepare students for a rapidly changing world and does not provide them with relevant skill sets.
Can you repeat again?
That the education system doesn't prepare students to a rapid change world and doesn't provide them with relevant skill sets.
Education system doesn't prepare students to a rapid change. Okay. With relevant skills. Okay. Problem is the educational system now. We don't have strong that provide with relevant skills. Okay. Problem here?
Our problem is addressing work-life balance. Our problem statement is struggling to balance time and priorities leads to stress, burnout, and guilt, eventually leading to poor life satisfaction.
Life balance
Yes.
between life and work. Okay, great. Problem statement. عربي لا عايزين. عربي لا عايزين.
لا عادي عادي.
Okay.
The problem is plastic pollution in ocean.
Plastic pollution
أيوة.
in oceans.
Yes.
تمام. Okay. Problem statement.
We actually decided to tackle on a problem that we just faced, which is the paid parking downstairs and the not easy availability of other parking. So noting down to this problem, we moved to transportation because it's the bigger image. Now, transportation has many means and many sectors fall under it. As university students, graduating students, or even employees, a lot of people find trouble in transportation, whether it's in the commuting process or the cost or finding availability of public or private transportation. And so that's why we decided to tackle on it. And
All of this or only one problem you select?
the
You
main
started from
problem is
parking.
transportation,
Transportation.
because parking falls under it.
Parking is one of the challenges in the transportation.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but when we are speaking about problem, we need to specify. And this is
Main-
good that you start with the parking and you go to, there is a lot of challenges in the transportation system.
Yeah.
But if you want to develop a solution, you can develop solution for all transportation.
Maybe if we specify one, it will be the paid parking and
Paid
not
parking.
ease for all employees.
By the way, when we failed this pain, when we faced it, yes?
Yeah, we just faced it. So
Suddenly that to park in a space, you need to pay a lot of money.
yeah, it's going to cost approximately between 100 and 120 dirhams for
And
each
this is,
individual parking here.
this is a pain. And if
It's a
you
big
solve it,
cost.
you will find a lot of customers who are interested.
True.
Yes, because it will save. If we are speaking about 100 people attending event like this, and they will be pay 200 dirham per day. So we are speaking about 100 multiplied by 200. You speak about 20,000 dirham.
Yeah.
Yes.
200. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
20,000.
Approximately
If I succeed to solve this problem to reduce that by by more than 10%, it will be more cheaper and many people will pay for us. So there is a challenge with cost. Okay, great. Specific challenge. Problem here?
So our problems is that visitors, they don't know what to explore in specific Emirates in UAE. Especially there is no enough local tour guides, as well as language barriers, and there is no personalized recommendations.
So the problem is?
That the visitors, they don't know what to explore in specific Emirates within UAE.
They don't know what to visit and how to explore specific Emirates. Okay. Tourism. Okay. Okay.
Hi. So our problem statement is the lack is also with regards to transportation, but our problem statement is the lack of efficient generalized transportation between cities. Uh,
Efficient transportation between cities.
between cities. So as you know, say
In UAE or any place?
Um, we can talk specifically about UAE, but in general, it can be anywhere between intercities.
Okay.
So in the UAE, usually traffic from Sharjah to Dubai is heavy, especially in the mornings on a Monday. So the issue is there's a lack of generalized transportation, such as metro stations or um, any kind of public transportation that is available to the public. So because of that, people are forced to use cars to get from place to place, and that leads to heavy traffic. So that is our problem statement.
Okay, great. Problem statement here? Hmm. Select.
So the problem statement here is that there is a lack of how to basically monitor your farms and basically uh, improve the quality of your products that come out of the farm. We want to basically improve the yield and basically monitor the farms better. That's it.
Improve the quality of product.
We want to yield more, increase the production actually.
Increase the production.
Yes.
Of the farms.
Yeah. So there's a lack of know-how in the farming industry here in the UAE, and there's a lot of people need to understand how they can incorporate. People need to know how to improve the efficiency of these farms as well.
Okay, so it is about knowledge or about the productivity?
Both involved.
Both. Great. Okay. Great. So in this 5 minutes, most of us find a problem and they want to speak and to identify more. As an exercise to be able to identify the right problem, we have to move through these steps. Read, first read. If I decide to select a specific transportation, I need to read more about transportation. If I spoke about, the team spoke about the weather conditions, we need to read more about weather conditions. Can we control this kind of, of weather condition? This is controlled. Can we do something like this? So we need to read, after that discuss. And this is what I see. All of us discuss together. This is problem, this is the cause, this is the idea. Analyze. And analyze need to go through the internet, read more information, and analyze and compare about different solutions. And by the way, in many challenges, I face a big problem with many people who are joining the challenge. When they find a problem, they think about solution and start to say, we create a very new solution for this challenge. And they didn't look for different solutions in different countries, different places, and start to say that this is the only solution that solve this problem. Although there is many of these solutions, if you Google the internet, you will find many of this. So it is very important to discuss, to research, to analyze. Very important. If you are thinking about problem, you need to read, discuss, analyze, and research. The first steps in defining the problem, what is the problem? This is what we said. How did you discover this problem? For example, here, how we discover this problem? We faced it, yes? And in many times, maybe I'm parking in open area or I'm going to hotel, there is valet. There is no problem for parking. But why I discovered this problem? Because I feel this pain. When I came to a specific place, I found this will be very cost to pay. So I need to know how did you discover the problem. If I'm speaking about the weather conditions, to be able to create more food and more production. This has happened when? During Corona. Yes? Because before Corona, transfer, exporting was very easy. We didn't feel that there is shortage in supplies. But because of Corona, we feel the problem. When did this problem start? And how long has this problem been going on? This is affecting me for a long time, or this is a sudden one. For example, traffic jam. Traffic jam usually happen, or it was sudden accident because of a specific case. There is an accident cause a traffic jam. Is there enough data available? It is very important. If you are looking for a problem to solve, you need to collect more data and to have a lot of information. This is why AI is very important now. If you are looking for a problem and looking to solve this problem, you need to collect more data. Steps رقم 2, clarify the problem. You need to clarify the problem, what data available, and need to help clarify this data, fully understand the problem. Top priority, resolve the problem. Are additional resources required to clarify the problem? All of these steps should be done before come up with the final statement. You need to move for all these steps. Third steps is defining goals. What is the goal from solving this problem? If we solve this problem, what goal we are going to achieve? What is your end goal or desired future state? What will you accomplish if you fix this problem? What is the desired timeline for solving this? For example, if I'm thinking about the problem of weather condition, what is the time frame to solve this problem? It is 1 year, 2 years, 3 months, 6 months, because solving problem will cost a lot of money and a lot of time. If you are selecting to solve a problem, how much it will cost you? This is very important, because if you are going to create a startup, this startup have a lot of resources. If this problem need to have 3 or 4 years to solve this problem, will you be able to afford this cost? So when you are selecting a problem to solve in a competition, you need to think about this. What will you accomplish to fix the problem, and what is the desired timeline to solve this problem? Identify root cause. This is what we're saying. What is the root cause? What is the root cause that we said here something about education system, yes? And this is, don't give us the right skills needed for the future. Why? Because of the quality of teachers, or because of the quality of education system, or because of the policy of the country? What is the root cause? Or because of the acceleration of the knowledge? Yes?
World Economic Forum, 1/4 of the jobs will be created within the next 5 years. So the jobs doesn't even exist. So the education needs to prepare for future jobs that don't exist. So the skill set needs to be different.
Yes. What is the root cause? What is, yeah, this is important to identify the root cause. Yes, as you are saying that the job opportunity after 5 years will be totally different. But what is the root cause? Why?
Yeah, it's actually a combination of reasons. One of them are like teachers are not really developed to, or like have the experience to teach for future jobs. That's first. Secondly, the education system was made to create workers in the like 1900s by the like when Britain or something. So it wasn't made to like build these future jobs.
Part of the root cause for education system is don't match with the future jobs. This is what Mahmoud said in his presentation, because now we are creating a new information, a new knowledge equal. Every day you are producing double what produced before. The acceleration of knowledge production. This is the root cause. the acceleration, because before 10 years, how much information you created? Before 100 years. Why the educational systems before was very efficient? Because the content, the knowledge is not that much. But now you have much more information available every day. This is why people now, in the past, it was easy for anyone to have a textbook and read. And when he finished the textbook within 2 weeks, he have a lot of new knowledge still available. But now if you see a video since 1 week, what will be available after the next week will be a very new. So the root cause is what? The exponential creation of knowledge. And this is why teachers are not following up. This is why the education system itself is very difficult to be that fast to accelerate. This is why now they're thinking about integrating between AI and people, because you will not be able to acquire all this information. This is why if you enhance the education system by teachers, it will not solve the problem. If you enhance the education system with a very innovative technologies, you will not solve the problem, because the people brain will not be able to acquire all this information. This is why AI and generative AI becomes very important, because it will find a solution for this big challenge. Did we understand now why we need to think about the root cause? Because if you told me the problem is about teachers, what we will do? We will invest in educating teachers. We will invest in helping them develop their skills. And this is very good. But this is solve the problem? This is why we need to think about the root cause. This is a very important, very, very important statement. If you came up end of the day with this meaning, this is very, very important information. Identify possible causes of the problem. Prioritize possible root causes of the problem. What information or data is there to validate? I can say that this is the root cause. This is valid. We need to validate to be sure this is the right root cause. And by the way, there is many tools that can work to identify the right problem. By the way, we can spend days and days to know how to identify the right problem. Don't go direct to the solution. If we are speaking now about the quality of education system, this is the problem, yes? If we didn't analyze and didn't come with the root cause, we will come with a solution doesn't fit with the problem, because we didn't mention the right problem. We didn't say the right problem. Spend most of your time thinking about the problem and the root cause of the problem. What we said in the beginning is love the problem. Think about it. Spend a lot of time thinking about the problem. And there is many tools that can help. All of us know about SWOT analysis, know about 5 whys, brainstorming, 6 thinking hats, mind map. Most of you know all of these tools, yes? Any of you, did you use mind map? How many used mind map? Mind map? Okay. Mind map, okay. 6 thinking hats? Any used thinking hats? Okay. Maybe by tomorrow I can give a small session about thinking hats, because very important. By the way, thinking hats is very important. Why? We as a people think with different type of mindset. Some of us is conservative thinking, and they are conservative in their thinking. And some of us also thinking with the way of thinking innovative, looking for new innovation, looking for some of us analytics, thinking you give him information, data, and he decide based on the data. This different type of thinking is very important. You need to mix between all this kind of thinking. Brainstorming, you know brainstorming, yes? 5 whys. 5. We will highlight now about 5 whys. I think SWOT analysis, most of you use SWOT analysis. Okay. 5 whys is very important when we are speaking about identifying problems, because as we said, the root cause. What the meaning of 5 why? When I'm saying that, why our education system is not efficient to provide the right skills for young students. What is the first answer? The quality of education system is not good. Yes? Why? You will tell me, yes. Teachers are not good. Why? I said teachers are not good. Why teachers are not good? The studies, so the university degree they received from the university are not good. Why? The curriculums of the university are not updated. Why? This is what we are saying by you need to ask 5 whys in the same route to reach what. This is why we are saying that the root cause. You reach to the root cause. You are telling me traffic system in Dubai is very congested. Why? Hmm. Our companies are Dubai. Why? Hmm? The world hub. Okay. Why it is the world hub? Why not Abu Dhabi? So if I change the policy, I will solve the problem. It is not about traffic. It is about the policy. If I changed the policy, if I decided to make it free zone in another area, I will move the people from this area. So if I said traffic jam is very big, you will say we will make street bigger. Yes, we will do a train. But if I change the policy, what will happen? The problem will be solved. So if you didn't ask the right question, you will solve the wrong problem, not the right problem. This is why very important to ask why. Why? Because in many cases, you invest a lot of money in a wrong solution. Okay? Yes.
So before you use the 5 whys, you had mentioned validating your question. So whatever root cause you have to validate that. So don't you think that should be the first step before moving into the 5 whys? For example, if I think of a problem, like you said, the teachers are not good. Like, for example, the teachers are not good, and I start finding what the 5 whys in that, and then I find out that, oh, that's not a valid root cause. I just wasted the 5 whys.
Yes, and by the way, this is a good tool to know if you asked the right question or not. When you go through the 5 whys, you find by the 5 question, this is a wrong question in the beginning. So you will ask another one. By the way, the 5 whys can give you an answer by end of the question. This was a wrong question. And this is important because you will not be able to know this is a wrong question if you didn't ask the 5 why. So in some cases, you don't ask about the 5 whys. You don't ask about the 5 whys, and you have a wrong question. But validating the question itself, it needs to go through 5 whys.
Sir, so do you think this is a technique, one of the techniques you can use to validate your cause or your
For beginners, there is no technique. Try to teach yourself to ask the 5 whys. Because maybe in the third question, you will find this is a wrong one. You try if you are speaking about the problem of the weather, yes, your problem statement is the weather, yes.
It was conditional.
Let's ask the 5 whys.
Yeah, I already have like, okay, so conditional environment conditions. Why?
Okay.
Let's take the example of UAE because we're in the UAE.
You will say that this is the
Extreme heat.
location of the UAE in the map.
Yeah, but the horticulture department have reasons. One is extreme heat and low water irrigation, and then we can solve those.
Well, you will say why.
Yeah, why? And then
Why?
because
You will
of
find yourself by end of the day, this is the environment.
environment.
You
Yeah,
can't change the environment.
but we can have solutions for it.
So the question should be different.
Yeah,
It is not
exactly.
about the weather condition, but how we can overcome
Overcome. Yeah,
the weather condition.
exactly.
True?
Yeah.
So it is not about the weather condition. It is about the technology to overcome, because you will not be able to change the environment. I can't.
So, sir, what I get from this is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, so we can find a better way to frame our question using the 5 whys.
Yes. Yeah. When you try to start asking the 5 whys, you will find in some cases that you asked already the wrong question. So you need to reframe the question. And by asking the 5 whys, you will reach to the root cause. What is the root cause? Okay. So please try to apply this in all problems you are thinking about. Why I am not very clever in driving? Why I am not clever in sport? Why? Because I am not practicing, or because I am lazy, or because I am. Why? When you define the right answer, you will be able to solve the problem. Maybe by end of the day, you don't have the passion for doing sport. Maybe another thing you are going to do will enhance your life and make your life better. So I hope you can apply this 5 why in your life experience and try to develop it. Now we will move to another very important tool, and I will try to make it fast, but it is very important to know about it. When we are developing a business solution or a business idea, we need to use something known as business model canvas. All of you have uh, a paper with 9 blocks. This is the business model canvas, and this is a very famous tool that can help you to frame your business opportunity. Now, we spoke about problem framing. We said that you need to identify the right problem. And when you identify the right problem, you will come with a good solution. We will go quickly what is the business canvas model, because it will be very important tool to use in the competition. When you finish your challenge and identify the problem and identify the solution, you need to present it in a business way. And business canvas model is the right business way that you can present your solution. Business model canvas is a strategic management tool to quickly, easily define and communicate a business idea or concept you are offering. Business model canvas have 5 key elements. Now, I'm sorry that this workshop for problem framing and business canvas model usually take 2 days, and we are trying to do it in only 1 hour. So I am going quickly. In the beginning, we spoke about problem identifying, but when you find the problem and find a solution, how you can communicate this solution to judging committee? How can you present your solution in a business way that can encourage whatever judging committee or investors to invest in your idea? Business canvas model is a very efficient tool that can help you to frame your solution. Anyone used business canvas model before? Great. Any others? Great. Great. Okay, business canvas model consisting of 9 elements. Usually I like to start with value proposition. Some people start with the customer segment, but I prefer to start with the value proposition. When you define a problem and start to tell others what is your solution, this is what present as value proposition, because many problems have different solutions. So what is your value proposition that encourage customers or users to use your solution. Value proposition is related to the customer segment. What is the meaning of customer segment? What is the customer segmentation? When we are providing a product or a solution, can it fit with all customers, or there is a specific customers for each solution? For example, if you are providing whatever we can think about, sweet, if you are providing chocolate, any kind of chocolate can be offered for any customer, or there is a segmentation. There is people who are interested in a specific product with a specific quality, with a specific price. This is what is customer segmentation. After that, the channels, how you can reach for the customer using a specific challenge. After that, customer relationship. The fifth part is the revenue streaming. When you are providing value, how this value can target a specific customer, how you can reach to this customer. By end of the day, what is the pricing, what is the revenue streaming you are generating from this value. If you are providing a very good solution for a specific customer, and there is no fees, there is no value generation, you will be able to continue this business. I think we know a lot about non-for-profit organizations, yes? Non-for-profit organization, this is organization that provide a value for people, but they don't receive money. This kind of non-for-profit organization can continue without fund. If they didn't receive fund or donation or support from government, they will stop. This is why in many business models in Europe, they say that what we are meaning by non-for-profit organization don't mean non-for-income organization. By the way, most of the non-for-profit organization should give you service and receive money for this service. But in many cases, this money should be covered by government, by donors, not by the customer themselves. This is why there should be a revenue stream. There is no revenue generation. After that, we go to the next part of the business canvas model that include key resources. Who will generate this value? Who will create this value? The resources you will use to create the value. Physical resources, human resources, intellectual resources, financial resources, and the process for creating the value. The process you create this value, the process, production, software development, customer support, and the key strategic partners. Who are your partners that will work with you to provide this value? You need to fill here the partners. Strategic alliance, cooperation, joint venture, and cost structure. To generate this value, how much it will cost? Are you going to pay salaries for developers? Going to acquire materials, to buy products, to be able to generate this value and provide this value for customers and keep relation with customer. This will generate revenue. This revenue will be spent based on the cost structure. If the cost structure is more than the revenue stream, what is the situation with this company? Loss. Yes. This is minus. This is why the revenue stream, the amount of money you are generating should be more than the amount of money you are using to create this value. This is a quick overview about the business canvas model, which is in the front of your in the table. Can you think about product or service or solution you are now interested to present in this challenge? Can we select one idea or one product or one service? We said here the cost of the parking, yes? I want to create a solution to provide value of cheaper parking. How you can create this value, and how can you provide this value to customers, and how can you generate the revenues? Try to select a specific value, a specific solution, and identify your direct customer and what is the revenue stream you will generate, and to produce all of this value, what it will cost you, and what is the service you will provide. Can you start by doing this on the business canvas model you have? You have 5 minutes. Try to select value, and the customer will receive this value from you, and try to fill this 9 elements in your business canvas model you have. Like, by the way, if we are doing this in the right time frame, will take a full day to identify a problem and another half day to identify a solution.
Any solution?
So if you have now an idea about solution or product,
Yeah, we do.
write me the product and who will be the customer and how you can link them. Whatever product you are going to offer, or whatever solution you are going to offer. We already identified that. If you have a product, what I want you to learn how to build this building product. What is the solution? Who are the customer? What are the challenges?
Every box should be connected with each other.
You have to yes. There is a product, there is a specific customer, and how you can reach this customer.
For research.
There is no problem to identify a different product and different solutions. Then if you have something for education, you can use.
Yeah, but we have a solution, but it involves teacher foundation.
Are we writing this just for this exercise, or is
Yes,
it
for this
pertaining?
exercise. No, not for this.
So this is related, unrelated
This is a
to
different total exercise.
Ah, okay.
You identify a value for whatever product or solution you are thinking about. Who will be the customer? How you can reach this customer? And what is the revenue stream you will generate from this product? Okay. And if you did this solution, how much it will cost you? What is the activity you are going to do? And who are the people? Okay. This is a different.
Got it.
Not related to the problem.
Understood.
يكون ما عندهمش الشرط انها ترتبط لو هي مش هتبقى مرتبطه and you have a solution, this is good. Because some other problems الناس بتسووها you don't match. في بعض البروبلمز كتيرة خطأ. انما بالنسبة لكم لا, you have a good, if you have a good solution.
Kind of, yeah.
Fine. If you have a good one, you can write the value proposition is cheaper for
Not
not cheap. Three?
not رحنا إن مثلا رقم السيارة سجن تبع السيارة يتسوى له سكان في المنطقة يكون في عنده free access for 3 times maximum.
Right.
3 times for the same place. If you're gonna come for the first time, you have two choices. You either go for the daily payment, which might be expensive, or you have a monthly membership or a yearly membership. So we
it is a cheaper solution.
yeah, a cheaper solution.
You create a new model that costs you lower cost ولكن في نفس الوقت you generate revenue برضه في الآخر. more customer interested
Less cost.
يعني انت هنا فكرتي في الماس, فكرتي في الريفينيو اللي بيجي من الشهر. ليه؟ زي مثلا واحد يقول لك والله انا باجي من الاريا دي 5 مرات في الشهر. كوست لي مثلا زي المره 100 درهم ف 500. هو نفس الشخص يقول لك والله انا باجي 5 مرات بالموديل الجديد ده وتز موبايل اب وهشترك فيه وادفع فيه
100 full month.
فور مانث, صح؟ بس بدل ما انا كنت بقى بلوز سيجمنت معينه ما بيجيش اصلا الناحيه دي عشان خط الكوست عاليه, لا انا قدرت اتراكت الباقيين لما اشتركوا في البروجرام بقى لقى ان الموضوع افوردبل. فبدل ما كان بيجي يدفع 500 100 بقى يجي يدفع 300 كام 1000 مثلا. فهي دي بقى الفاليو, تدريس الفاليو بقيمه اقل واتراكتد سيجمنت جديده. سيجمنت ما كانش موجود قبل عشان كده ممكن ده الماركت. فبالعكس لا, انتوا تفكروا في سولوشن مرتبط بالبروبلم بتاعتكم. اذا كان البروبلم جت من فين, صح؟ انا عرفت البروبلم
محسوسة. أنا اخترت مثلا البزنس المستهدفة مثلا اللي هي
ايه اول حاجه نبدا بيها؟ فاليو بروبوزيشن.
شو هي؟
ايه الفاليو اللي انت هتقدميها للكيس؟
القيمة
انت
مثلاً-
كاتبه الكيدز هم الكاستمر, هتقدمي لهم ايه بقى؟
مثلا ألعاب أو أشياء تنمية مهارات عندهم.
سكيلز
أيوة.
ديفلوبمنت.
أيوة سكيلز ديفلوبمنت.
سكيلز ديفلوبمنت هتقدميها لانه كيدز بقى, المرحله الكندر ولا البرايمري ولا السكندري؟
كلهم ترى في
لا بس دي اسمها سيجمنت بقى. انا بخدم السيجمنت دي بطريقه, السيجمنت دي بطريقه. لان الجيمز او الطريقه اللي هتعلمها
أيوة
الصغير غير الكبير.
أيوة صح.
هو ده اللي بنسميه سيجمنتيشن.
اوكي.
ايه الفاليو اللي هنا؟ ده هديله مثلا انتر اكتيف جيمز,
أيوة.
هديله سمارت جيمز, فلازم افرق. طبعا مش محتاجين اشرح لكم هذا فيه طبعا. البيزنس كامز ايه الفاليو بروبوزيشن اللي انتوا حابين تقدموه لاي كاستمر؟
احنا we're still discussing the problem root problem.
هي مش شرط تبقى نفس البروبلم اللي انتوا بتختاروه, مش شرط, لان قد يكون البروبلم اللي انتوا بتختاروا ايه بروبلم.
احنا اخترنا الفارمينج والديكربونايزيشن بس ركزنا على الفارمينج ايشوز.
ان انتوا increase quality of the product that you come for.
No, not just that. Actually, you want to share.
So encouraging farmers not doing the farmers land because they're very expensive for doing farming. So we do making the farming very effectively and very less price. So we can implement some technology in farming so we can make locally the product.
Okay, so the value proposition will help the farmers or the people, مش الفارمرز بقى, ان هو to do farming locally, صح؟ farm owners to do with low cost, ولا تخلي اللي بيسموهم home owners يعملوا farming في بيوتهم. ده solution ولا
Farm owners
farm
generally
owners
who want to plant to sell.
اوكي, انت عايز تعلي increase the quality, increase the production, صح؟ productivity. طب يبقى الفاليو بروبوزيشن increase the productivity of the farmer صح؟ مين السيجمنت بقى؟ who are the segments؟ they have a small farm ولا big farms ولا farms في الديزرت ولا farms في area معينة؟ يعني who are the customer؟ all farms in UAE in UAE ولا outside UAE؟ هو ده اللي احنا بنقول عليه customer segmentation. انا هبروفايد ايه؟ انا بروفايد فاليو. يس يبقى انا I'm selecting يبقى I am selecting a geographical area. ابو ظبي، العين، ميديوم سايز. لازم دايما في البروبلم يكون سبيسيفيك. يبقى لازم ايدنتيفاي مين الكاستمر وايه الفاليو اللي انا بقدمها. ما ينفعش ان انا احل مشكله لكل الناس. I can't solve problem for all people. And if I want to be efficient, I want to select complex, select the customer. This is why value proposition and customer. And how you can reach the customer. هتوصله ازاي بقى؟ You will reach it through ministry, agriculture, Abu Dhabi industry. You need to identify the value, the direct customer, the channel, and how they generate revenue. Providing this service, how much it will cost the customer. This is a monthly fees or per consultation. Who will pay for you? The value are provided by government or by the company.
لا احنا اللي بنوفر القيمه، فاحنا لازم نفكر احنا كيف بنوصل للكاستمر.
Who will pay the cost? Customer segment ده هو اللي هيدفع دايركت ولا هتروح للجفرمنت تدفع له؟ الدايركت كاستمر could be the farmer and the indirect customer is the government. ليه؟ لأن الكاستمر هياخد السيرفيس هو مين؟ هو الفارمر. ولكن الكاستمر اللي هيدفع الفلوس هو مين؟ الجفرمنت. You need to identify ان كل شخص في التشين دي فيه له ابروتش مختلف. I don't need to say the no, it's clear. What is the value proposition and who are the customers?
Basically, now we are thinking about some apps that help, for example, to regulate, let's say, the car electrification. Okay. So our value proposition is like the matching between these people who have the same area, for example, working in the same geography.
It is a public application or a regulatory application that regulates the public.
It doesn't, it's regular car, that's a regular traffic.
Who are the customers? The people who are have a car or the people who providing the service of the car?
Most of them will be our customers. We will
so you have different customers and you have different value proposition. Who will be the customer for this value and who will be the customer? So now you will reach it. And the genuine, the revenue generation, who will pay for this?
This should be, yes.
That's right. شباب اخترتوا اي حاجه ولا؟
لا احنا اوريدي احنا جاهز عندك.
يا سيدي انت على الهكفه التيم كانوا مشاركين في الهكفه؟
لا بس انا بعيد.
انت بتساعدهم بقى.
ايوه.
طب هم اختاروا حاجه ولا؟
استنى هو قبل كل حاجه. لا معاه من اول. فاحنا اقترحت عليهم.
طب وات الايديا؟
هي التوريزم من عجمان بتاعنا بس ميك ات.
نحب الشركه بتاع التوريزم. فالفاليو هي هيلب tourists.
Yeah, we have an AI recommender application that will recommend places that suit your interest. هذه عندي الفكرة نخلص.
can rent clothes. Obviously, they'll be washed and clean, and somebody else can use it. And their idea was that we'll also have an app supporting this and a recommendation system. People can choose which suit they're going to use.
Great, great.
So that is our value proposition.
You provide a service for people who close and wear it, but they are not happy with the value. So how they will give you their feedback?
By the app that's gonna be already.
This is the customer relation. How you can collect the feedback from the customer through the app, okay, through call center, okay, through survey. This is all of this because you expect your value is great, but the customer who receiving the value is not satisfied.
Yeah. What about put up like for like speaking out or something, or they could just
Whatever, whatever techniques to collect the feedback from the customer. Because if you didn't hear to the customer, what will happen? This
they'll stop coming.
is bad. They don't reply the phone call. I got a bad service. I don't like to buy it again. If you didn't look, this is what here in you call as happiness.
Yeah.
There is a happiness part that you test your happiness with the service. If you don't have this one, what will happen?
Everything
you provide value. This is the challenge. The customer receives the value, but the customer can't give you the feedback. Value is good for price or not? If not, what will happen?
He will not come again.
He will not come again. You will lose customer, So this is very important to give you the feedback. Whatever service you are providing and then don't get the feedback from the customer, for sure it will destroy you.
Okay.
You have to open channel for the customer to give you the feedback.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay? Great. We finalized the business campus. What is the value?
So it's smart hydroponic farming.
Yeah, so value proposition is food safety, high yield, reliable food source, time efficient, safe.
Who are the customers?
This is specific structure.
Hydroponic, as I understand, this is a small unit that can be fit inside home.
Big one as well.
So there is different size of the product. But some of these products fit with farmers, and some fit with homes, houses. Yes.
This is just the generic structure, and then there's different ways of doing it.
So when you are speaking about your solution, you need to say that you have different type and different sizes. This fit with this type of customer, and you need to identify this specification of this customer from budget perspective, from size of the consumption and the effort.
So we'll have
if I am doing this smart hydroponic farm system at home, should be easy for installation, don't need a lot of effort, don't need smart people or people professional with farmers. But if you are doing this solution with farmers, the solution set should be suitable from the productivity, the amount of product you are. I prefer in this case to specify specific to work with all customers. For example, when your customer they complicated and economic pilot part, which is good. After that, they create what the segment. Well, this is target segment and this is target segment. And when you are doing a business, you need to start with a specific segment because to create this kind of solution,
will cost you much space or much time to do different food
We're going towards B2B consumers, B2B
working to
sales.
B2B or B2C, and all these type of solutions are. So it is better to select a specific customer. Which one you advise us? Which
Consumers, obviously, smaller units are better.
when we are starting small, which one? When we start in the problem identification, okay, you need to identify the right gap. If you are going to create smart hydroponic farming system, people here in the why we name farm smart hydroponic farming? Why? To create to solve the problem. If you don't have a biology lab, you want to create a biology lab or chemistry lab, and then you are charging a back fee from the parents for what you're not doing. Why I'm saying this is because when you are thinking about the customer behavior, you think about the future. You need to do something fancy with good structure. Accordingly, only so when you are thinking about you are producing a product for people who will not pay for this product. When you think about food safety, so you need to make a big production unit that can produce a big amount and go to government and tell them if you succeed to install 10,000 of these units in UAE, will be able to produce this amount of food. And this will do the food safety. So based on this, you can charge the government and charge the people who will pay. Based on the customer, this is why I'm telling you. About homes and houses, people who will pay for new solutions, all done interested to all done through mobile. All think about 1.1 billion. That's why
Yes. We have only 10 minutes. We have only 10 minutes to finish this session and have our second break. I want every team to share this exercise. As I told you, because we have a very limited time, but we are trying to give you the opportunity to exercise and to يعني hands-on how to use business canvas model. But it is very important for all teams when you came back to home and before coming tomorrow to think again about the idea or the solution or the problem you are interested to solve and start to work again on the business canvas model. And if you need any support or help, I will share with you our email and social media. You can send us and reach to us. For all teams who are going to, as you know, this camp is part of the UAE IoT and the I challenge. And I hope by end of the day, all of you register on the challenge. And now you can have a good idea to participate and to continue working on it, to present to the judging committee. UAE IoT and I challenge, the local final will be in the first week of October, and the Arab finals will be during JITEX. The winners in the Arab finals will be honored inside JITEX North Stars, and it will be a very good opportunity to compete with all other teams from 15 Arab countries. So let's start with some ideas. As I told you in the beginning, there is no need that the solution you provide match with the problem before, but now you can explain what is the value proposition you are providing, who are the customer, how you can generate revenue. Okay? Start with this table. Okay. Introduce yourself and
So my name is Sakhmi Abbas. I'm a third year student at Westport University. So our problem is we're trying to solve what, well, so our technology is basically smart hydroponic farming. So the definition of this is basically is where we're going to use water or based nutrients instead of soil. So this is going to help a lot of farmers or uh, in general everything. So we're going to start with value propositions, which is time efficiency, space efficiency is not going to take much space, and then higher yield, and then for what do you want next? Key activities?
who are the customer? You are providing a good solution.
We're providing it to the urban companies, hospitals, retail, and then export market.
Okay, and revenue streaming.
So we
How you
have,
can generate revenue?
firstly, we have mentioned subscriptions plan.
Subscription.
Yeah.
So they will not buy the solution. They will pay you. You will own the product, and
Yes.
they will pay for you monthly fees.
No.
For men, they will buy the solution or rent the solution. Buy, but this is not a revenue sharing. This is
We could
a
keep it as
wholesale,
rent as
and
well.
maintenance is
Yeah.
is a subscription, yes, but the main revenue comes from selling the product,
Yeah.
not maintaining the product. And what is the cost structure?
So we have logistics, we have marketing, we have sales, operational cost, and manufacturing cost.
And key operation?
The key, where is it? Key,
Key activity,
key
yes.
activities. We have marketing, logistics, and what's this? Harvesting. Cul- Yeah.
Okay.
Basically educating them on what is this.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear this team? Raise your voice back.
No, what should he's asking about the idea? Okay, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Abdullah. I'm a first year computer engineer studying at AURAC. So our idea is to create AI tutors to help students learn more in the classrooms or in the university courses. So this AI could help you learn more about different disciplines because in the universe, it's not really something. There's something called math, physics. They're all interconnected, and for the market, you really need to have a general, deep idea about nearly everything to be really beneficial to the market. As well as it would help you take notes, help the courses.
So the value proposition or the product is
An app.
App. Who is the customer?
University students.
University students.
And universities,
How you
yeah.
will reach? What is the challenge you will reach to these students? The channel. What is the channel that you will reach to the student?
Through education. The channel?
Channels.
Yeah, through an app. The application.
This is the product. This is the customer. How you can reach? App is the product, but the channel. How you can encourage a student to download the app?
Through universities.
Do marketing campaign in
No,
universities? Do activities?
we're going to collaborate with the Ministry of Education and KHDA to enforce these apps on the universities.
Okay. And revenue stream?
We so there are around 130,000 students in the UAE. So if each one of them at least pays 10 dirhams, we're gonna have 1.3 million dirhams.
Okay.
So yeah.
I hope you success.
Thank you.
Okay. This team.
I'm Noura, senior engineer at UD. So our problem was mainly the paid parking and the cost on consumers. So we decided to create an online application that will provide different categories for users. So for example, when you enter the venue or when you enter the parking lot, it will scan by AI your plate number, just like the one we have in our university. So every time a student pass, it will scan. So they know who's entering and who's exiting. So after you do that, you're gonna have 3 days of access, completely free. And then on the fourth time, what will happen is that the application will know that now you exceeded the amount of free times. So you will have different options. Option number one will be for you to get the daily subscription. So you pay a certain amount. Or then maybe if you are a frequent visitor to the place, then you can take the monthly or the yearly subscription. This way, our unique value proposition is that we are providing more parking lots with less cost. So then customers will be more engaged and interested to come back to us because
So you
they
can
will be
increase
saved
the number of people who subscribe to your mobile app, and this is will increase the revenue from this.
Yeah, very exactly.
And
That's
you expect in UAE there is need for something like this?
yes, we just experienced it. So we really know that there are people or consumers that suffer from the same problem.
From the cost of parking.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Present your business canvas model. What is the value proposition? Who are the customer? Revenue stream.
So our idea is about like developing an application. It is an AI recommender system for tourism in UAE. Our customer segments will be the tourists, the citizens, the families, and tourist agencies in UAE. Our key activities that we recommend the places. We have a licensing request. We have a user engagement with our application. The key partners, for example, it will be the tourism government here in UAE, the inventors, the
Revenue stream comes from where? Revenue streams.
our revenue stream will be like subscription fees. So if you want a full plan for activities using like AI, you need to pay for that full plan, as well as we'll take like commissions if you have a contract with the
But
hotels. And
there is a lot of solutions such as Trip and many other mobile app applications provide this kind of service. How you will compete with them?
actually, our main feature it is zero bureaucracy. So that application will provide you just, for example, just hotels or just transportation. But our idea will recommend, like for example, a hotel, activity, places,
Full
transportation.
activity.
Yeah, that suits
Not
your interest.
not only hotels or
Exactly.
transportation.
And suit your interest. That's the most important thing. Not
This
like
is the AI engine. This is the AI engine.
exactly. So we use some algorithms that will, depending on your interest, will provide you the best, like for example, plans, activities, hotels, transportation for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello. So our problem model was the lack of a generalized transportation system here in the UAE or anywhere else in the world, especially intercity or interstate. And we have come up with a solution for transportation. Um, we have, do we have a name for it? Yeah. All right. So we have an app that basically allows people who are in the vicinity of a specific organization who come to work there and who live in a particular area. So let's just say in um, downtown Dubai is where they have to go, and they live somewhere in the Al Nada or Geses regions. So a driver can come, pick up these people from their areas and take them directly there to the workplace. So that is one such model that we've established. It's yeah. So our channels are basically app based, but we do have communication channels via the website and social media.
Okay.
Yeah, and
revenue stream, how you can generate
our
revenue?
revenue stream is a subscription-based model. We have two models, either one for monthly services or we have a one-time payment option.
One time per trip or per
Yeah,
service.
one-time single trip, just in case, say people don't make as frequent travels to their workplace. Maybe they work from home. Once in a while, they have to get to work. We have that option available for them.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think you can explain what we have there. Hi, so
Yes. Skip. Hi. Yes. Huh.
do I?
What is your product, value proposition, and customer?
Yeah. So the product we're offering is a smart platform, an application at the website that. Okay, so the platform we're offering is a smart application and a system that supports the farm owners to enter data regarding their farm status and crop produce and the resources in their farm. And using that data paired with the market data and the data from the past 10 years, we create predictive analysis. And this helps us create data-driven consultation to the farm owners as to which crops they should focus on.
Who are the customer? Farm owners?
Yeah, so our customers will be the farm owners of small to medium farms
Okay.
who are selling their crops. So these could also be home-owned farms that are selling crops.
Mhm.
And our key partners would be concerned government entities. And the value proposition would be to improve the farm produce profits
Increase
and
the productivity.
productivity and profit of the farm
And
and to improve the know-how of the farm owner so that
And revenue stream comes from where? Revenue
So
stream?
the revenue stream would be a shared cost structure between the concerned government entities and the farm owners, where we can also take a percentage of the profit the farm owner is making from the improved productivity of their farm. And we can also offer hourly charged consultations based on the study we made from the farmers. Yeah.
Shukran. Thank you. Hi. This team? Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Nikhil, and I'm currently an undergraduate student in my fourth year. And in our group, the idea that we came up with, the product is a clothes renting service where we feel like a lot of people, obviously, there's a lot of places where you can go and purchase clothes, but there is a lot of use for renting clothes as well. And that's the service we came up with, where the value proposition is that the outfits that people can rent are like stylized. So the service kind of allows you to, it kind of does the styling for you. And the outfits are also cleaned and maintained, which is something that people might not have a time to do on the daily basis. And it also uses artificial intelligence and models to sort of predict like styles and recommend outfits based on maybe one item or maybe your picture that you upload. And yeah, for the customer segments, I'll let one of my teammates talk about it.
Customer segment. Who are the customers? And how you
Simply,
can generate revenue from where? Customer and revenue, okay.
So regarding customer segments, we'll be focusing on people who are willing to buy outfits but do not want to do so because they'll only be using it for a short time. For example, let's say I'm a model, then I want to try out a variety of clothes, but I want to buy all of them. I'd like to use it, rent it, take a photo, and then give it back. And then maybe next month I do something else. So our main target audience would be models, influencers, people who are attending events such as their graduation, and also those going for weddings. And our main revenue streams would be the people paying for the service when they collect the clothes. Secondly, brands paying us money to get data on what trends are actually trending. So this is brilliant idea. And thirdly, we are planning on having a subscription service for those who want to be repeat customers, who want to keep maintaining this rental service, which will be very good, especially for influencers.
Very good idea, and also generating revenue from using data and giving value for different organizations or companies who are interested to analyze the data. By the way, there is a well-known statement now: data is oil, AI is electricity. This is why if we are generating more data, generating more information, we'll be able to create value. And this value, in way or another, will be very good source of income for companies who are generating this value. To close the session, there is a report created by Dubai Future Foundation about explored by Magnet. This is about the top 50 business opportunities for AI. You can explore this report and read more about different business opportunities in all these sectors. This is the top 50 opportunities in different sectors that can people think and develop a new solutions and new ideas. If you Google the website and check the Dubai Future Foundation for this, it will give you a lot of ideas, a lot of information about potential ideas, startups that can you develop in different industries. Material is revolutions, borderless world, digital realities, and many other ideas. I encourage you to check the website and download the report. Thank you for your time for this session. I hope you enjoyed. And as I told you, you can join us on our social media channels. Join the challenge. We will provide you the link for the challenge to register. Uh, we can now have our coffee break or light lunch, small light lunch. After that, we will finish with 2 quick sessions. And I hope, inshallah, you enjoy your time. Thank you.
members can excited الفكره انت كنت excited قبل الفكره لا يعني excited to join يعني
انه هاي الفكره كان عندي من زمان not participate.
no 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 I will not participate I will not participate and I don't have any idea I need to think about it
It's not an education.
it's not a it's not a
No problem. Okay, more than happy. I think
You're participating? Not sure, to be honest. Okay.
because with concerted effort. Yeah, that's why I said I will. Because I have too many commitments of my own.
so I was asking about what's in it for them they take equity now before
Yeah, so we have to before we have two forms of incubation methods. In fact, we added in a third with great difficulty. We fought it with the government to allow us to do that. The first was we listened to ideas, and we said we saw the team or the individual, and we said, okay, great. So we have a 3 level sieving. Sieving, you understood, no? We have a 3 level of listening to the idea. One is a gut level. So the gut says the best. You know, the gut says that, hey, these guys need support. Yeah,
Hello again. I hope you enjoyed the break. I want to remind you about 2 points. The first point, tomorrow we have 10 tickets free to Jitex for the attendees. We will choose some of you to win this tickets, but you need to attend the 2 days to be qualified for this 10 free tickets. The next part, we will share the agenda for tomorrow after this session. And as we move forward, it is important to also consider the ethics and the limitation of AI. We are honored to have Professor Wissam Al-Mubaideen, Professor of Computer Networking and Security at Rochester Institute of Technology, RIT.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Masal khair. Good evening for everyone. I'm Professor Wissam Al-Mubaideen. I'm a professor in RIT. RIT stands for Rochester Institute of Technology in Silicon Oasis, a university that provides bachelor and master degree in various majors, but I teach in the security department, cyber security department. I teach also computer networking, and one of the courses that I teach in each fall is cybersecurity policy and law, where I teach my students many aspects about laws, regulations, and policies, including how to regulate new emerging technologies such as IoT and AI. In that sense, we take it into more research-oriented study. But here in this session, I'll try to share with you some thoughts about what is AI, what are the limitations of AI, what are the opportunities that we can have from having AI in our life in many aspects. So first, maybe I'll not adhere to the statements. Anyone who can define AI for us, what do you think? What is AI? In simple terms.
It's sort of a computer language that can mimic the behavior of human interactions and then like transform them in a way, like acts like them.
So thank you. Actually, AI is a technique. We can use many languages in order to implement that mechanism. Is a mechanism that allow us to make computer think like humans. And this is done based on training. We need to have the knowledge. Then we train the computer in order to, oh, look at these cases. I'll try to build out of these cases, out of this knowledge, I'll try to build a model. We call it a model, which is the summarization of all the cases that we need to have. We call these cases a data set. A data set. So for example, if we are talking about patients in hospital, we need to know your age, your maybe diet, the environment, weight, all these things for many cases, and then we look at symptoms, and then we look at the diagnosis or the disease that has been confirmed for that case. If we have many cases, then we ask the computer to run an algorithm to learn. So out of this learning process, we'll get a model. This model tells the computer that for new cases, if we'll have a new case, then apply that model similar to the way you have learned from the data set, the old cases, to decide on the new case. So this is AI actually. Okay, so AI is used now in various aspects of our life: finance, healthcare, education, transportation, you just name it. Is that good? Does that come without any ethical consideration? Actually, I'll start with ethical consideration and then I'll move to opportunities. How can we use AI? But this is important, and I focus on this while I'm teaching my students, because if we don't pay attention to the ethical consideration of using AI, to the policies that good policies that can be used in order to control the use of AI, it will be actually of a harm as well as a benefit, but maybe the harm will be outweighing the benefit that we can come or get out of that. So some ethical consideration are related to accuracy and fairness. We run a model, right? We run a program to learn. Are we sure that we have samples or cases in that data set that represent everybody, that represent the accurate cases in our life, all cases? Does that data set include the behavior of me and you and everyone? Maybe it includes some cases. If we are talking about patient, maybe it is biased toward certain people who are making a diet, having a diet. So it doesn't apply to me who are, unable to control my diet. I like to eat. I like food. So in this case, the AI software, the mechanism will decide based on something that's not accurate. So accurate and fairness is something that is important, and it should be transparent to people that, okay, we have a model that includes some biases sometimes. And I can tell you, it's very difficult to have a model that is absolutely fair, absolutely accurate. This is, life is not complete. There's nothing that is perfect in our life. So are we ready to accept that level of inaccuracy and lack of fairness in certain cases? Are we ready in our regulations to deal with that matter? Do we have regulations that take into consideration this possibility of having inaccurate results? Are you aware of that when you go to a hospital? Will you be informed in that case? If you are buying some products from a certain manufacturer or vendor, will you be informed? Is there something that oblige or force that vendor to tell you that, oh, listen, there's a small possibility that this product, I don't know, maybe a recorder or whatever, will behave in a certain way that is not fair. So we need to have these regulations, right? So ethical consideration. The second thing is the human rights. If we teach a computer model to classify people's opinion about something, will that prevent the freedom of expression? Will that prevent people's freedom to express themselves and to maybe criticize some behavior that is not according to their custom and their usual life? So is it easy to teach a computer AI application to take this into consideration, to take, human rights into consideration? Do we have regulations and law that enforce this? So we need to take this into consideration, actually. The third ethical consideration is informed consent. What do you mean by this? In any aspect where we use AI, you have to know how that AI model is created and how does it treat your data. Now, you can imagine AI is difficult. AI is a tough science. When I teach a course in AI, maybe I summarized what is AI in a simple sentence. But when it comes to teaching students programming, I think maybe you are aware of that. You are experts. Maybe you are engineering and computer science students. But tell me, how can I explain this to regular people, to the common people? Huh? It's very difficult to explain to people that, oh, listen, this AI program or application takes your data, it deals with it in blah, 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 blah ways, and the outcome can be in that way. It's very difficult. If this is true, then how can I take the consent of people? Do you agree that our process of producing an output take your data into consideration? I can say yes or no based on proper understanding of what you are doing with my data. How do you process my data? But if I don't understand, then my consent will be not useful, right? Useful without any proper value, because actually I don't understand what are you doing with my data. I'll give you an example. Have you heard ever of GDPR, General Data Protection Act, European Act? which is there in order to protect the customer's data, European customers' data, even if that person is living in UAE or in China. If you are dealing with data, processing data that belongs to a European citizen, then you have to respect that GDPR. Okay, what about AI? In GDPR, you know your rights. For example, I am using your data and I'm keeping your data for that period of time. If you don't agree with me, you can send a request to delete your data, right? And maybe you can delete certain fields. So you have certain control on the way you are using, in the way people or industry or organizations are using your data. Do we have the same control when it comes to AI? When it comes to AI, your data actually is fed as a part of that big data set in order to create the model. And after creating the model, it's already there. How would you, there is a right that's called the right to forget. Forget me. Remove my data from your processes. But with AI, I doubt that concept applies. Yes.
They have introduced, or they're trying to introduce, federated learning, where they try to train multiple entities while the data stays decentralized. So instead of the model collecting our data, one global server will go towards the multiple entities, be trained there, and the data will stay decentralized, and the model will come back trained. That's in order to protect the data.
Yeah, but that model has after we're running the mechanism, for example, support vector machine or any technique that is used, neural network, after we run that model, the model has been created and your data is there. Actually, we don't need your data. The data set is not needed now, right? So if you tell me that forget me, I'll forget the data, that record in the data set, but the model has been built. Do you mean that if you tell me forget me, I'll delete your record and run the model again? No, this is not done. So it's yeah, I used your data, right? So maybe you gave me that consent before, but now you are telling me forget my data. I don't want to be part of this process again anymore. Yeah, in other mechanisms, when I use decision making algorithms, not based on AI, yeah, maybe I'll delete the data that you have provided, but in this case, it's difficult. And now you can think of the regulations or policies that we need to adopt in order to implement that right, that human rights or consent.
I want to ask you regarding the ethical considerations, because I think it might be a controversial question, but we've been dealing with information companies from a long time. And for example, Apple recently, they updated the way they manage the data. So Facebook lost a lot of money because they couldn't anymore track information and sell it to make profit from it. So what is the difference from the companies that were already doing them and they're still doing it because they're still making a profit from our data, and the profit that AI is making? Yeah, I know the consent, and it's been trained without our knowledge and without us giving them access. But at the same time, the AI is something new. But at the same time, this has practice of the data has been going on for many, many years, and it's still going on.
Thank you for this question. Actually, I'll answer your question in a different way. Guys, we know that computer can be used for criminal acts. Do you agree? Right? So can I steal your data? Yes. Is it similar to stealing your bike? Is stealing your data, is it similar to stealing your bike? Actually, this is something that I teach my students, because in the early days when they were trying to have a law that, a criminal law, it's the CFAA, Computer Fraud and Abuse Act that has been adopted long time ago in the USA. And in order to adopt that act, it was a bill before, they have before that used the criminal law, burglary and theft law, in order to apply it for computer misuse. That was not successful. Because in the law, in the criminal law, there are two things that need to be addressed. The property that has been stolen, and you should prove that that act deprived the owner, the original owner, of using that property. Okay? Do you agree? I took your bike. You can't use your bike, right? So that was the rule of theft law. Now let's try to apply it for stealing your data. What do you mean? What does it mean that I have stolen your data? This means maybe I get access to your computer. I copied the files. Okay, let's apply. Do we have a property here? Yes, data. Let's agree on the data. When I copied your file, does this deprive you, prevent you from using the data? No. So judges were unable to apply that criminal law to computer misuse. So this is, this is just an example, and this is why they came with CFAA, in which they said, okay, we'll consider it criminal act if you access a computer for an agency, an organization, for the government, and your access was without authorization. Your access was without authorization. What do you think of this law? This is the summary of the law. What do you think? Is it clear? Guys, is it clear? Actually, many people at that time thought that, oh, this is perfect. Class. We have the law that will prevent criminal acts using computer. And imagine there were many problems related to what? Related to the definition of access and the definition of without authorization. How would you define that? Who can define for us access? What does it mean when I access a computer or a website or whatever? What does it mean? Maybe we have some translation or some meaning in our mind for accessing a computer, right? But look at this. Some judges interpreted access as just communicating with that website. Maybe you did not get any data from that website. You have been prevented from getting any data. But some judges considered sending a request to a server, just sending a request when you click on the request, and your request has been sent to the computer and you get rejected, they consider this as access, meaning of access. Other judges consider, no, this is not access. Actually, access means you have sent a request to the server, you got the data back. If you did not get anything from that server, then this is not access. I'll not go with the definition of authorization. Let me focus on access but only. So this created a lot of discrepancies and different judges judges, they were deciding totally different decision, different, conclusion on very similar cases, almost the same case. But in one case, the actor was considered as a criminal. This means he'll go to prison, fine, and everything. It will be recorded for him. Big issue. And other judges considered, no, he's not a criminal. He did not access. So what I'm trying to say is that this was for what? For accessing a computer. Now think of AI now. How would we regulate AI and the use of AI and keeping the data of AI and building the knowledge of AI and taking your consent? Did I take your consent? Maybe yes. You click icon, but what does this mean? Do you understand actually what does it mean? Do you understand actually how your data will be used? Do you understand the implication of that data on others, on other people? There was a question here or comment?
Yeah, but I mean, again, going to the ethical part, the AI, usually the justification is that they use information that is from the public domain. right? That they just take it because it's no. I mean, I'm just saying one of them, but also I was thinking, okay, so access of information where you have an advantage, right? Because okay, you took that information, you didn't do anything with it, but if you have an advantage with that information, for example, I can send you right now an email and I can add a pixel that you won't see, and I will know that you opened the email. So based on that, I have an additional access. You can consider it ethical or no, but at the same time, I'm having an advantage because I know that you have opened that email. I know in the AI it's a different case, but again, I believe from my perspective, if that information provides you an advantage, then it has an ethical consideration because you, of course, they're not stealing your information. You still have access, but it's an advantage, right? So at the same time,
We are okay with that. I'm not discussing against it, but actually the issue here is that how can we use AI, taking all the advantages of AI, but at the same time respect user privacy, fairness, implement fairness, have a proper consent from people. So all these should be also respected and taken into consideration. And actually, what I do is that I ask my students usually to go to references, study different regulations from different countries, and compare between them. And maybe if I'll if I need to have some regulations for AI in UAE, I should look at people who have already gone through that, experience and exploit the opportunity. But I can tell you guys that UAE is a pioneer in this respect for AI and for blockchain, and this is a big advantage that we have here in AI. So one limitation, maybe I have discussed this to a certain extent. One limitation in regulating AI is lack of clear policies. We have to have policies clear that, okay, listen, when you use AI, you have to respect this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, according to that industry. And that industry could be healthcare, which is different than if we are talking about a factory, okay? So in a factory, and since we are talking about IoT, sometimes you have to have regulations that regulate the use of AI with IoT, with Internet of Things. Example, you know what is Industry 4.0? Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 example that explains what is Industry 4.0. Imagine a factory that, created suits or watches. And, it create watch or suit with certain color, certain size, but I look into the website of that factory, and I want this suit to be with some strikes here or some strings with certain buttons with some customized features. I place my order. That order goes to the factory pipeline. Certain IoT sensors, Internet of Things, will be adjusted according to my order. The production of the common and the common suit will stop. My suit will be produced out of that pipeline based on my request. It will be shipped immediately to my location. Okay? So can we use AI in order to predict your request? Can we use AI in order to predict customers' requests in the future and provide the strings and type of button? Because if I ask for a certain type and it's not there, this will be what? A problem. So can we use AI in order to predict these behaviors and these requests? Yes. Yes. But now, what about user privacy? What about fairness? What about accepting everybody's requests and customization? So lack of a clear policy. The second thing is that flexibility versus control. What do you mean by that? If we'll have regulations that are very rigid, that will be bad for the industry, right? Because you'll create a problem for the vendors, for people who are trying to serve people. And what if you have a very lenient regulations? The problem will be with the customers because you don't respect their privacy and all these things. So how to, stop at the compromised solution, the balance, the equilibrium between these two competing, this is a challenge. This is a limitation or challenge in thinking of AI. The last limitation that I would like to highlight is global disparities. We have certain countries who are pioneers in regulating AI, UAE as an example. We have countries where there is no regulation for AI at all. And we have some countries that are, going towards that direction. And what's the problem? We have industries that goes beyond borders, right? We have companies that are everywhere. So if I will apply a certain regulation for, let's say, McDonald's or whatever in UAE, and then I will go to another country, there's no regulation. Another country where they have, lenient regulation. This will create a problem for global industry and for, spreading that industry all over the globe. What about opportunities? So the issue here, before I go to opportunities that I would like to share with you, there is a need for people who understand the industry, but at the same time understand policies, laws, and regulations. Why? Because we need these people to create the regulations in their countries. I can tell you, many countries are in need for such talents who can understand engineering, computer science, healthcare, and then they can participate in regulating the use of AI in their countries. So there is an opportunity for this. And I have examples. One of my students, she has got the job after finishing the third year. Why? Because she loved the policy and law course. She put a lot of effort, and they hired her in a very good company, Protivity, the name of that company, Protivity. She is now working there and she is successful. They appraise her always. Why? Technically, she's okay. I mean, when it comes to coding and programming, but they did not hire her because of her technical skills. They hired her because she was excellent in understanding regulations and think of the proper way where she can share with the customer what regulations should be applied to your business, what are the regulations that you should take into consideration, how to implement these in your organization. So opportunities in healthcare. I'll go very fast for this because maybe lack of time. I don't know how much time I have, but in healthcare we can think of having a data set that represent patients and then maybe diagnose an illness in an early stage, such as cancer. So in this type of illness, diagnosis in early stages will represent a big difference in curing that illness. What about economic growth? If you can check the trends in the market, take proper decisions, this means that you'll have a profit. Otherwise, maybe you lose completely the business in that area. In education, who can give me an example about using AI in education? An example of using AI?
Sometimes you would like to understand a concept in a different way, which your teacher is not able to answer. So you can give a context to the chat GPT like, oh, I am a student who loves football. Can you explain in this kind of term how AI would be applied? So in different aspects where your teacher is not able to explain it to you in the way you want, you can use AI.
Thank you. Customized learning is very important. If you come to my office hour, I'm a professor at the university, and you ask me certain questions, I'll guess that, oh, you missed that point and that point, and maybe you have difficulties in understanding certain concepts. So I'm adapting my mind to teach you, right? It's a customized. Like, can I do this for all my students? No way. But with AI, because you are asking certain questions, the AI model will be built based on these type of questions, and it can customize the way and the type of information that is provided to you in a certain way that is proper for your way of thinking. What about environmental sustainability? Guys, now we are talking about renewable energy. We are talking about grid, power grid, that can be based on sharing renewable energy. I mean, solar panels, and maybe we can share the power. How to share, when to share. When do you use your washing machine? When do you use your fridge? Maybe the I don't know, when do you have shower and you heat the water? This behavior will be analyzed by AI and then provide the power to certain areas rather than others, okay, based on certain okay. Also, maybe we can if we have a solar panel that can be directed toward the sun, then that will be based on the season, the environmental circumstances there. Conclusion, AI is needed. We can't say that we will not use AI. We need to use AI. It's a very interesting tool, but we have limitations and challenges. Face recognition means that I can track you. Do you accept that? Then we have a limitation in terms of privacy. Is it okay to track people? Maybe yes, for certain cases, maybe no, for others. So we need something to say that, oh, this is acceptable and this is not. If we are following a tracking criminal, yes, for sure. We are all agree, right? But if you are invading the privacy of people, no, this is not. And now this is, how to regulate, when this will be okay and when it will be something that is bad. I hope that this is, a brief introduction to AI, the limitations, and specifically in terms of regulation and limitation of AI. Thank you, everybody. And if you have any question? Any question? Yes.
If you want to reach the level the students of yours reached, what should we focus on?
Again, please.
If we want to reach the level the student of yours reached, what's supposed to focus on?
Okay, so you have to focus on sample cases from different countries. For example, I ask my student to study GDPR. I ask my student to study other regulations in other countries, and try to have a tabular form comparison table where you have the metrics, and then you try to fill this table. This table at the end will give you a somehow visual focus. So you can say, oh, from this table I can see that, oh, most countries are focusing on this aspect of AI regulation. They are neglecting this aspect. And from that, we draw a conclusion, which is, oh, we need to study this more. And then we focus on that thing that is, maybe is not drawing a lot of attention from people who are working on regulations. And then we start to maybe propose certain solutions, have surveys to ask people what do they think about this, and especially experts, subject matter experts, and then we publish. Actually, I published with my students undergraduate. At the undergraduate level, I publish with them in a very reputable journals. Step by step, you can reach a very high level, expert level. And this is why you can work in a very good company and actually participate in regulating and having regulations in your country. Okay. I know, guys, that now, as I'm speaking with you, there are many committees in the UN, in many countries, who are studying regulation of AI, blockchain, zero trust model, and many of the emerging technologies. Now, it's very active. Okay. NEST now is regulating quantum computing. Have you ever heard about quantum computing? We have many emerging technologies that need to be regulated. How to use them, when to use them, and many details. There are many details. So you need to focus, just to focus on a certain emerging technology, look at case studies, compare. Classify and compare. I'll say classify them and then compare them. You'll reach an expert level very soon. Because this is, and something that's currently hot topic. It's needed everywhere. Any other question? Yes.
Sir, my question is, I know regulation is essential, but do you feel like if we regulate the development of AI or any kind of technology, any kind of emerging technology, do you think it will slow down this rapid enhancement in technology?
Actually, the answer is here. Flexibility versus control. This is why we need someone who is expert in both. Actually, do you know that I think even in UAE, now you are not allowed to study law in a university unless you are a graduate of another field in the bachelor level. Yes. Now they have changed that, which is also the case for USA. I don't know, in India, maybe it's the same. I don't know. But you have to graduate from computer science or math or engineering, and then you go and study law. Why? Because they need you to have that expertise in law, but based on your understanding of another subject, another domain, so that you can regulate and decide on the policies related to that domain. You know, a judge who is expert in law only will not be very helpful in our life because he knows law only. But we need a judge who is a doctor, I mean physicist, and we need a judge who is computer scientist. We need a judge who is, and these people can then participate in regulating things related to their domain. And if they are expert in law and the other domain, they can find the middle point between being flexible, not to you know make barriers or create barriers for the development or progress of AI use, and not having a very rigid control of that flexibility. So we support that use of AI and having control to prevent the misuse of AI mechanism. Any other question? Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. See you.
Thank you, Professor Wissam. Thank you all for attending the first day in the boot camp. As we said, all of you knowing Jitex, right? Yes. We have free 10 tickets for you. We will do some of collection for this free tickets tomorrow, but you need to attend today and tomorrow to be eligible for this selection. The free tickets will give you access for North Star and Jitex to interact with the startups and investors. Also, we will show you the agenda for tomorrow. This is quick view for the agenda tomorrow to have some insights. And also tomorrow we will have some pitching and evaluation for your ideas, which is you are working on it. So prepare for tomorrow pitching. And at the end, we will let you know more about UE and IT and AI challenge. And also, if you want to register from now in UE IoT and AI challenge, my colleague Mohammed will share with you the link for registration. You can scan. By scanning this QR code, you can register direct to the UE and IT and AI challenge to be participating. And this challenge is qualified. The winners will be qualified for the Arab IoT and AI challenge. This is the regional finals, which will be also in Jitex. Thank you all. We hope to see you all tomorrow.